Chapter 194 Evil Dragon Martial Technique. Chapter 194 Evil Dragon Martial Technique. Once Qin Xiang heard these three words, Dragon Martial Technique, a glimpse of a smile appeared on his lips. He was fearless of the Dragon Martial Technique because he cultivated the strongest of them all, the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. As long as he understood the depths of the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise as mysteries, not only would he be able to restrain all other dragon martial techniques, he could also create new dragon martial techniques. Ever since yesterday evening, Zhu Rong had been investigating all night. He wanted to know why Lu Jiangnan had so much confidence. Zhu Rong had not expected Lu Jiangnan to actually have a dragon martial technique as an assurance. In the eyes of the Chuwu mainland's martial artists, it was something sacred. It was on a similar level to those divine martial skills. Lu Jiangnan had already arrived. He wore a golden tight light armor. With one look, it was quite clear that the rank of this armor was not bad. If one possessed this sort of defensive equipment, they would be able to block a part of attack, and the individual would avoid getting seriously injured during a fight. King scale armor, a 7th level spirit equipment. This guy is pretty rich, Su Weilong coldly said, squinting as he looked at Lu Jiangnan. In order to compare notes better, the usage of weapons were not allowed during the combat. 1 Tian. However, armor and defensive equipment could be put on. Last time, Lu Jiangnan lost to Qin Xiang in Alchemy. However, Lu Jiangnan was very confident in regards to his strength. Although he knew that Qin Xiang crippled a ton of true martial realm martial artists in the Black Tortoise Mysterious Realm, that was under the situation where Qin Xiang was able to use his true qi, while other could not. Lu Jiangnan believed that he could also have crippled all those people under the same circumstances. Yun Xiaodao and the others had already left the martial arts field, going halfway up the mountain to watch the fight. They also looked all around them, but still didn't find any elders present. Qin Xiang, you will not have any chance to regret your actions because you will definitely die today. While shouting, Lu Jingnan's eyes turned red. That originally white face of his was completely covered in black qi. A few black facial muscles bulged out. His appearance truly looked grim. Suddenly, an evil qi surged out from Lu Jingnan's body, making Qin Xiang retreat a few steps back. Looking at this appearance of Lu Jiangnan, Qin Xiang's complexion turned incomparably heavy. In his heart, he was even more shocked. This is the evil dragon martial technique. It's a skill that was created as a result of modification of dragon martial technique by some devil path martial artist. This kind of dragon martial technique is very harmful to people. It is harmful for both the cultivator and others. At the early stage, the cultivator would not be able to notice anything wrong. Furthermore, it would grant a giant boost to their strength. However, if the cultivator is able to reach the later stages, then the cultivator would basically cease to exist. They will first lose their conscience and then become an extremely evil person. Bai Yu said with a surprise, from the very beginning, she was a cultivator from Devil's Path. She had a very deep understanding in regards to most things related to Devil Path. This Lu Jingnan's evil dragon martial technique gave a scare to Qin Xiang and everyone else present. Then next scene gave even more of a shock to everyone as both of Lu Jingnan's hands suddenly turned pitch black. Afterwards, they slowly started swelling, transforming into 2 pitch black dragon claw. The tip of the claw was very long, looking very grim and frightening. Qin Xiang, it's time for you to die. Lu Jingnan's voice had turned a lot more hoarse. It seemed as if a ferocious beast was talking. At this point, his appearance was very frightening. There were dark scales bulging out on his face, each filled with that black qi. Combined with those dark, grim dragon claws, it was quite a frightening scene. Looking at Lu Jiangnan, his appearance was similar to that of a beast man. People felt a surge of nausea and felt fearful of the evil qi shrouding the valley. Qin Xiang felt a hostile true qi filled with evil intentions locking onto him, arising a sense of crisis in Qin Xiang's mind. What kind of teacher does he have? The technique his master Pa-S set down actually turned him something like this, Chen Xiang secretly thought. At this time, a black mist suddenly flew towards him, followed by a gust of wind. He felt a ruthless and tyrannical force approaching. With an electric flash, Chen Xiang dodged sideways. If he was even a little bit slower, he would have been struck by those pair of dark dragon claws. Although he had the black tortoise adamantal armor, he would inevitably be seriously injured facing such a terrifying, evil true chi. This evil dragon martial technique, indeed, could allow the cultivator to become very powerful. Qin Xiang secretly sighed at the burst of power that came from Lu Jiangnan just a moment ago. While Qin Xiang was startled, Lu Jiangnan leapt over like the wind. He fiercely stretched out a claw towards Qin Xiang's face. 5 sharp claw tips S.H.I. Plusning with a cold glint pierced through the air like 5 sharp knives accompanied by a powerful burst of qi. Qin Xiang once again dodged sideways, however. The powerful blow still drew 2 BL. Oh, why scratches on his face? Lu Jiangnan was very quick. Just as Qin Xiang had dodged, Lu Jiangnan once again launched another barrage of onslaught. With those incomparably hard and indestructible dark dragon claws, he attacked Qin Xiang. In that way, it was equivalent to Lu Jiangnan using 2 powerful weapons to attack Qin Xiang. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang wasn't able to use his weapon, and for the past, while he has fallen under the wind. Qin Xiang leaned his head once again and dodged sideways. Those rainstorm-like sharp claws flew right at him, even though he was moving very rapidly. His figure had already disappeared from the field, yet Lu Jiangnan was still able to determine his position accurately. After Lu Jiangnan turned half-beast, his 5 senses were elevated by many folds. It was very difficult to deal with. Lu Jiangnan had gathered a lot of true qi on his arms. As a result, whenever he drew an attack with his hideous arms, he was able to gather a large amount of force and momentum. In that way, his sharp claws became even more powerful. At this moment, the ground was fully covered in claw marks as a result of the lingering qi waves released from each strike. This guy is actually faster than me. Qin Xiang was secretly shocked in his heart. Although it was only a tad bit faster, it rendered him unable to fight back. Once Lu Jingnan's onslaught broke out, his power and speed was something to reckon with. It even made some 3rd level and 4th level true realm martial artists in the audience ashamed of themselves. But those who truly understood what was going on were actually scared by Qin Xiang. Because despite facing this kind of terrifying onslaught of dragon claws, he only had a few scratches on his face, nothing more. Qin Xiang was basically uninjured, his breathing remained stable, and there was not an ounce of panic on his face. It also appeared that under such circumstances, he was also slowly getting familiar with Lu Jingnan's rhythm. Though Lu Jingnan's attacks appeared very fierce, you could say that Qin Xiang's defense was even more formidable. After having no visible results, even after attacking for such a long time, Lu Jiangnan was running out of patience. Suddenly, he emitted a gloomy roar as a black, evil qi surged out from his body. Both of his arms expanded rapidly in size as scales started popping out on his arms. His appearance became even more grim. His whole body became bloated and larger. Once again, the sight of this transformation made the scalp of onlookers tingle. "I want your head." Lu Jiangnan smacked out another palm, however, a lot faster than before. The sudden change in speed caught Qin Xiang off guard. However, he had very rich battle experience. In that instant, a water screen appeared guarding his head. Despite this, he was still sent flying from the force of the dark claw, and that water screen just bursted under the pressure. After Qin Xiang was smacked away by Lu Jiangnan, he transformed into a black silhouette, chasing down his victim as his dark claws stamped down on Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang escaped with a quick roll as a qi cover shrouded his entire body. This was the black tortoise Luo Tian cover and had extremely powerful defensive capabilities. Although Lu Jingnan's blow failed to hit Qin Xiang, the entire ground was smashed from that one strike. The entire valley shook as a tremor through the ground. Such a powerful blow, yet Qin Xiang had managed to dodge it. Lu Jiangnan was extremely furious. He uttered an insane howl once again and smacked a palm downwards at the rolling Qin Xiang. This palm strike caused another sudden tremor to run through the ground. It was clearly evident how powerful Lu Jingnan's attacks were. The ground beneath Qin Xiang was completely crushed and sunken. Nothing happened to Qin Xiang, but his black tortoise Luotian cover was scattered into pieces from the attack. While Lu Jingnan's palm strike was coming towards Qin Xiang, he also stretched out his arm that had been covered in a light mist and grasped Lu Jingnan's ankle in a counterattack. Suddenly, crackling sounds were heard, followed by a furious howl from Lu Jiangnan. Qin Xiang had used the profound aura finger, the formidable martial technique capable of easily destroying spirit weapons just by pinching them. At this time, Qin Xiang had already stepped into the second level of the true martial realm, and with his terrifying universal true qi, he completely crushed Lu Jingnan's ankle. When Lu Jingnan's ankle was crushed, he felt indescribable pain coursing through his leg. With the sudden impulse of intense pain, Lu Jiangnan spewed out blood. That bloated, grim body of his was slowly getting smaller. Chapter 195, Duel. Chapter 195. Duel. Lu Jingnan's ankle was crushed, and it was an extremely painful experience. He was furious and fiercely smacked a palm towards Qin Xiang. Lu Jiangnan pounced with all his strength, aiming directly at Qin Xiang's head. Qin Xiang's response was very fast. He raised his hand and welcomed those grim clams with his own palms. The two palms struck each other and erupted with a thunderous sound. A sudden tremor ran through the ground, thereby shaking the valley. Lu Jiangnan let out another painful howl. His huge grim palm was completely covered in blood. When Qin Xiang extended his palm a moment ago, he used the profound aura finger and the shocking heaven palm simultaneously. Two Earth-level martial skills. Not only did his blow pierce through Lu Jingnan's palm and completely crush it, a terrifying and powerful qi also entered his body through the palm. This terrifying and powerful qi pa-s said directly through Lu Jingnan's arm, shaking it from the inside out and cruise. Plussing it inch by inch. His arm dangled by his side, rendered completely useless. Just a few seconds had pa-s said. Yet Qin Xiang had successfully counterattacked, messed up Lu Jingnan's rhythm, gained the upper hand, and crushed Lu Jingnan's arm and foot. As a result, Lu Jiangnan completely lost his sanity and held over and over, turning even more ferocious. Relying on his remaining foot, he leapt towards Qin Xiang. Lu Jingnan's other palm smacked towards Qin Xiang. Those 5 sharp claws on that hideous palm were completely covered in an evil and frightening aura. Qin Xiang didn't dodge. He mobilized all the azure dragon true qi in his body instead. His arm was immediately covered in azure true qi and transformed into an azure dragon claw. The azure dragon claw and the dark dragon claw struck each other, appearing evenly matched. However, Qin Xiang had released all of his azure dragon true qi, and his blow was a lot stronger compared with Lu Jingnan's. Both claws collided with each other, and the entire valley fiercely shook once again. A thunderous sound rang throughout the horizon, immediately followed by a blood-curdling scream coming from Lu Jiangnan. His entire arm had disappeared. Qin Xiang's azure dragon claw swept through everything in its path and blasted everything to smithereens. Lu Jiangnan reverted back to his usual state. Qin Xiang couldn't help but admit that if he was not careful a moment ago, he definitely would have been squeezed to death by Lu Jingnan's frightening claws. When he had turned half-beat, half-human, his strength and speed increased exponentially, especially that explosive force. It even left Qin Xiang with a lingering fear. Qin Xiang, you're also in second level of the true martial realm? Lu Jingnan's complexion turned completely pale from fear as he panickingly looked at Qin Xiang. Lu Jiangnan originally believed that after he strided into second level of the true martial realm and also learned such a powerful evil dragon martial technique, Qin Xiang would not pose any threat. How could Lu Jiangnan have known that Qin Xiang also entered the second level of the true martial realm, and he would be so powerful despite being in the same level? In addition, Qin Xiang still had the Azure Dragon slaughtering devil blade. His strength was unfathomable. He had once used that blade to behead third-level true martial realm martial artist when he was only in the first level of the true martial realm. Suddenly, true qi rushed out from Qin Xiang's left arm, transforming into a blade shape. A weapon created from vigorous true qi would also be very sharp. Depending on how rich the true qi was, the weapon formed could also be a lot more formidable, and could even be compared with some spirit weapons. Qin Xiang, you cannot kill me. Lu Jiangnan was panic-stricken as he hastily shouted. Qin Xiang gave him a deadpan look. While Lu Jiangnan was still processing Qin Xiang's response, he had already appeared in front of Lu Jiangnan in a flash. Qin Xiang waved that broadsword of true qi, hacking on Lu Jiangnan's neck, and completely separated his head. Looking at the head tumbling on the ground, with the wide-opened eyes filled with fear belonging to Lu Jiangnan, everyone present felt horrified in their hearts. Especially some true martial realm martial artists. Compared to those mortal martial realm martial artists, they had a deeper understanding of the battle, and Qin Xiang's strength gave them a huge shock. More than 20,000 disciples came to watch the fight. When they saw Lu Jiangnan being killed, everyone broke into hubbub. After all, Lu Jiangnan was a rare, talented, true martial realm disciple of the extreme martial sect. Not to mention, he was also an alchemist. Furthermore, he also had the famous Lu family from the extreme martial province supporting him. Now that Qin Xiang killed Lu Jiangnan, there was no doubt that a ridge had been forged between Qin Xiang and the Lu family. Just as Qin Xiang bent down to pick up the storage bracelet belonging to Lu Jiangnan, a loud shout, "Jiangnan!" was heard from far away. Just as the shout resounded, Qin Xiang felt a burst of powerful qi approaching him. He instantly jumped back to dodge, while a trembling old man appeared next to Lu Jiangnan's dead body. Lu Shang. He was precisely that elder Lu who had viciously acted against Qin Xiang that day. Qin Xiang didn't expect elder Lu to actually make an appearance now. "Qin Xiang, did you do this?" Lu Shang faced Qin Xiang and shouted, sounding extremely furious. "He and I bet our heads. He lost, so I cut off his head." Qin Xiang dismissively said. At the same time, he was secretly mobilizing his true qi. He feared Lu Shang would launch a sneak attack. Regardless of anything else, one must know that Lu Shang was a lot more powerful than Qin Xiang. Lu Shang glared at Qin Xiang and roared, "Qin Xiang, you have already won our Lu family's 9 Sun Flames fruit along with 3 building foundation dawn. How can you still act like this? You're actually still being so unreasonable and killed our Lu family's rare genius." Ha ha. Qin Xiang suddenly broke into laughter. "Old mongrel, you are already clear about the matter and still came here to bark lies. It was him who first challenged me. Furthermore, the knot between me and your Lu family is already impossible to unravel. The last time I left the extreme martial sect, your Lu family sent 2 second-level true martial realm martial artists to assassinate me. Fortunately, I had a good weapon, and it was the only reason I was able to turn the tables and kill those 2 guys." Upon hearing this, Lu Shang's heart was shaken. The Lu family's 2 second-level true martial realm martial artists were killed by Qin Xiang. This made Lu Shang even more angry. Seeing Lu Shang's sore point had been I see, kid. Qin Xiang continued speaking. "Your Lu family didn't want to pay up those betting stakes and thought of killing me again and again. When I managed to deal with the people sent by you to assassinate me, you still attacked and seriously injured me last time in the Black Tortoise Mountain, forcing me into the netherworld abyss. Fortunately, my luck was not bad, and I was able to come back alive. Chen Xiang, don't make slanderous accusations. Fell down into the netherworld abyss and was still able to come back alive? Speak only if you have evidence. Lu Shang retorted. His voice was loud. After everyone around them heard, they were all very surprised. However, most of them were suspicious regarding Chen Xiang's claims. Anyone who fell down into the netherworld abyss truly had never come back out. Chen Xiang had already guessed Lu Shang would rather die than admit his crimes. Chen Xiang once again sneered and said, "Take your Lu family's genius corpse and go. He seeked his own death." The anger in Lu Shang's heart had already reached the boiling point. He roared, "Chen Xiang, you are provoking our Lu family again and again. Not only did you trick Lu Zhangnen into a betting fight with you using sinister tricks, you also slandered my Lu family. I'll kill you. I simply cannot forgive you." Lu Shang became resolute in his heart and swooped over towards Chen Xiang. Lu Shang punched out as a deep and strong true qi overflowed from his arm. Striking through the air, crackling sounds could be heard as a thick layer of soil was pet off from the ground from the resulting wind. This was the strength of 9th level of the true martial realm. It was several times more powerful than Chen Xiang's blow. Looking at that terrifying punch coming from Lu Shang, everyone believed Chen Xiang was dead without any exception. Just as they expected Chen Xiang to become a pile of meat from the punch, he actually also punched out. He attacked like lightning. His strength was also very powerful. Accompanied with the explosion of true qi from the fists was a fierce wind that smashed everything in its path into pieces. Wasn't Chen Xiang in the 2nd level of the true martial realm? Now, he actually had strength equivalent to the 9th level of the true martial realm. Chapter 196, Thunderbolt Cut. Chapter 196. Thunderbolt cut Chen Xiang originally intended to dodge the attack. However, in that instant, he felt a very powerful strength coursing from his left arm. The source of this tyrannical might was Long Shuai, that little dragoness. Beforehand, Long Shuai said that at an appropriate time, she could lend Chen Xiang some of her power. It was just that the might of this strength was totally out of his expectations. It actually allowed him to approach the power of someone in the 9th level of the true martial realm. Two class H.I. plusing forces of vigorous true qi collided with one another. A tyrannical typhoon of wind came from the impact, accompanied by a burst of dazzling aura. A fierce tremor ran throughout the valley, shaking everything present. The gigantic martial field was completely covered in countless cracks. Chen Xiang and Lu Shang both flew out from the resulting explosion. Both of them spewed out blood from the recoil. Lu Shang didn't expect Chen Xiang to actually erupt with such fearsome strength and was completely unguarded, suffering heavily from the recoil. Meanwhile, Chen Xiang's strength was lent by Long Shuai. The rest of his body was still the same. Facing that fearsome recoil, he simply had no way to resist. After Chen Xiang fell onto the ground, he quickly swallowed a small piece of the H.E.L.L. spirit GRAS, along with a true elemental Dan. At this point, his injuries were not in any way light. After swallowing that piece of H.E.L.L. spirit GRAS, he immediately took out the Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade. Little Dragoness, how long can you hold on for? Chen Xiang asked. He was very much in need of Long Shuai's strength. I can still hold on for some time, however, you need to act quickly. Long Shuai said in a serious tone. She understood what Chen Xiang was currently planning to do. Chen Xiang fiercely wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. He quickly refined the true elemental Dan, Raplenes, H.I., plusing his consumed Azure Dragon True Qi. At this moment, he also secretly released the black tortoise adamantal armor and hid it under his cloth. This way, he would have far better defense and didn't need to worry about getting physically damaged. Just a moment ago, Both fists colliding resulted in the sand and stones flying out from the valley. Essentially, a sandstorm was billowing in the valley, making it very difficult to clearly see what was happening. Carrying the azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, Qin Xiang confirmed Lu Shang's location using divine sense and rushed straight towards him. A moment ago, Lu Shang had punched in pure rage, and he also completely hated Qin Xiang. That's why no small amount of strength was put into that punch. If Qin Xiang was struck unhindered, he would be crippled if not dead. It was also because of this that Lu Shang suffered a larger recoil, and thereby had serious injuries. Within the billowing sandstorm, Lu Shang was sitting on the ground and felt an oppressive presence approaching him. Elder Lu had a very rich battle experience and instantly jumped into the sky, dodging the sudden attack. The ground was shaken once again, and Lu Shang was able to see Qin Xiang chopping down the powerful azure giant blade from high up in the air. If Lu Shang had not dodged in time, he would definitely be cut in two. That blade blow from Qin Xiang gouged out a deep ravine onto the ground, like a straight brook. As he realized that his blade had missed its target, he quickly turned around and fiercely leapt towards Lu Shang. He didn't expect Qin Xiang's reactions to be so sharp and also instantly sensing where to go. Humph! Qin Xiang coldly snorted. The azure dragon true qi fiercely surged into the azure dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade. That huge blade body glittered with crackles of lightning, erupting with wave after wave of oppressive lightning force. The sky turned dark and also began crackling with lightning, emitting a billowing, thunderous noise. As Qin Xiang raised the azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade high into the sky, thunderclaps reverberated in the sky. Suddenly, numerous thick lightning bolts fell down from the heavens, directly landing on the azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade. This was the Thunderbolt cut from the Dragon Slayer 7 killing cuts. It guided a large amount of lightning force into the blade, which would be all released upon attacking the enemy, just like a fierce thunderbolt. At this moment, Qin Xiang had also absorbed a large amount of lightning in his body. If he didn't reach the second level of a mortal and devil body, there was no way he would be able to guide such a large amount of violent lightning force. As he sensed Lu Shang's location, Qin Xiang raised his blade and arrived before Lu Shang with lightning speed. That terrifying lightning coursed throughout the azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade. This kind of oppressive strength was extremely suffocating. At this point, all the lightning force contained in Qin Xiang's body completely erupted. Released from its imprisonment from the hacking down of the azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, the lightning was completely unleashed. An earth-shaking thunderclap resounded. That sudden thunderous sound reverberated in the entire Tianmen city, scaring the daylights out of everyone. "Old mongrel," I said, "I will pay you back tens upon hundreds of times." Qin Xiang shouted in his heart. That azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade strike was similar to a thunderbolt, striking directly on Lu Shang's body. Hacking downwards, the violent lightning force burst open, blasting Lu Shang into pieces. That terrifying force of nature was completely unleashed through the azure dragon slaughtering Devil Blade, hacking towards the ground. A frightening, powerful qi, accompanied with lightning, like a furious dragon, ran parallel to the ground and struck on that far-away mountain. The force pierced straight through that mountain, blasting open a huge cave. The extreme, martial, dazzling Sun Valley was limited for fight between those beneath the 6th level of the true martial realm. Any fight between Partic 1 P ants above the realm needed approval from the elders. Yet now, Qin Xiang with Long Xue's support erupted with a strength equivalent to someone in the 9th level of true martial realm. Many were not able to see what occurred in the mountain valley. However, they were able to sense Qin Xiang executing a fierce attack. A few true martial realm martial artists who had pretty good eyesight were able to clearly see that earth-shattering strike from Qin Xiang. That formidable blow gave them a big fright. They were left completely dumbfounded. The sand in the mountain valley slowly dispersed. Everyone saw a somewhat said Chen Xiang, clasping a two-edged domineering broadsword, standing alone inside the valley, which also had an extra big gully gouged out, seeing through a faraway mountain and even a new cave inside that mountain. Chun Xiang heaved a long sigh. At this point he was very tired. However, he was still extremely excited. Although the strength he released a moment ago was lent to him by Long Shui, it still made him feel extremely satisfied and carefree. Noticing that new broad, deep and long gully, everyone was stunned and left speechless. What made them even more astonished was that Lu Shang was nowhere to be seen. There were only some charred rags left lying on the ground. Had Lu Shang been killed by Qin Xiang? Lu Shang was from the Elder Courtyard. Although he was only in the 9th level of the true martial realm, he was still high and lofty in the eyes of many. Now he was blasted into pieces. Chun Xiang had killed an elder of the extreme martial sect. How did he do it? Did he have strength comparable to the 9th level of the true martial realm? Everyone thought it was impossible, otherwise he would have easily killed Lu Zhengnan. However, many people soon associated that brutal lightning bolt from before with Chun Xiang drawing support from a savage force of nature to attack. The whole valley was deadly silent before erupting into hubbub of discussions and screams. Ultimately, everyone was still having a hard time believing Qin Xiang was able to kill Lu Shang. This time he is in deadly trouble. He has killed an elder. That is definitely a grave sin. Qin Xiang is truly a frightening guy. There should not be a 1 in a million chance anyone will provoke him now. He truly is worthy to have a 10 million crystal stone bounty. At such a young age, he is so powerful. That broadsword is definitely a brilliant grade weapon. It must be. Everyone had different opinions, however, everyone lamented. Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and Su Weilong were good friends of Qin Xiang, but they were still scared, speechless. Originally, they all believed they had shortened the gap between them and Qin Xiang. However, now they felt that they were unable to keep up. What happened? Wu Kaming flew over from far away. Just a moment ago, that thunderclap reverberated in the radius of 10,000 li. All high-level members of the extreme martial sect were disturbed, wondering what on earth was going on. Gu Dongchen, Elder Dan, and many other old men soon arrived. These people were all from the Elder Courtyard. At the same time, many powerful martial artists flew over in the sky. As they stopped, the whole mountain valley was enveloped in a terrifying aura. Numerous powerful martial artists of the extreme martial sect had gathered here and released their true qi to protect themselves to avoid being sneak attacked. After all, the disturbance from beforehand here was very big. The legs of some no-good mortal martial realm martial artists turned soft from fright as they slumped down on the ground. Why is it you again? Gu Dongchen heaved a long sigh after noticing Qin Xian. Chapter 197, Boosted Reputation. Chapter 197, Boosted Reputation. Those martial artists of the extreme martial sect came to the extreme martial dazzling Sun Valley in a rush, and after glancing over everything in the valley, all of them were suddenly scared. The bricks in there, through a special means, had been reinforced. They were very difficult to break, however. Now the valley was in ruins, especially the deep gully crossing over the whole mountain valley and piercing through the mountain far away. This made them even more shocked. Qin Xiang, what happened? Gu Dongchen asked in a heavy tone. He observed Qin Xiang's current appearance, and he knew he must have experienced a great battle. There were not many who could make Qin Xiang look like this. I killed Lu Shang and Lu Zhengnan. Qin Xiang, carrying the giant blade on his shoulder, looked at those remaining pieces on the ground before he continued speaking. And you are stepping on him. Gu Dongchen was surprised for a moment, and he subconsciously looked down. Those true disciples who had also just arrived lowered their head to look. Indeed, they could find many charred pieces on the ground, and in their heart they were even more alarmed. Qin Xiang could kill Lu Shang? What a joke! Lu Shang was but a martial artist from 9th level of the true martial realm. Killing Lu Jiangnan would be just about right. Many knew about Lu Jiangnan and Chen Xiang betting their head. Killing Lu Jiangnan was truly nothing. However, Lu Shang was not that easy to kill. "Is this your doing?" Wu Kaming doubtfully asked as he looked at the ruined valley. Chen Xiang received the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade, stretched his exhausted waist before he said, "Lu Shang first acted against me. He started ruthlessly, and he clearly wanted to take my life. I was forced to fight back. Furthermore, he had repeatedly tried to kill me. Now I have killed him, and you also cannot blame me. Believe it or not, it is all up to you." After he finished speaking, Chen Xiang, with large steps, left, while Gu Dongqin and the trio didn't leave. The other true disciples and elders also didn't leave. They observed the traces left on the ground after finding Lu Jingnan's corpse. They buried it afterwards. They called many of those disciples who had witnessed the battle and inquired about the details of the battle. After half an hour, Gu Dongqin, the trio, and those elders got to know the whole matter. And those true disciples were also shocked because Lu Shang was indeed killed by Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had killed Lu Shang, who was in the 9th level of the true martial realm. This matter shook the whole extreme martial sect. Everyone in the Tianmen city were talking about it. In the Tianmen city, there were many squads who had arrived beforehand to kill Chen Xiang. But after confirming the information was indeed true, one by one they left. Even a 9th level true martial realm martial artist was killed by Chen Xiang. They have not even reached the true martial realm. And even those who had, they had just strayed into the true martial realm. Weren't they just seeking their death? However, some people didn't leave. They believed Chen Xiang had killed Lu Shang by luck because they heard that during the fight a lightning suddenly flashed, and Chen Xiang had relied on this lightning to kill Lu Shang, which made the whole matter seem plausible. Otherwise, with just a 20-year-old inexperienced brat, it would be absolutely impossible to kill an elder at the 9th level of the true martial realm. Many of them took a firm stance with this statement. Otherwise, it would give everyone a very big blow. Chen Xiang, at that time, had relied on Long Xue's strength and casted the Thunderbolt cut from the Dragon Slayer's 7 killing cut, inciting the lightning, and only with the lightning force did he cleave that strike. Chen Xiang had made an appearance after disappearing for 3 months, and suddenly did such a big thing. This disturbed the entire Qinwu mainland. Before, many families and sects were seeking for Chen Xiang and didn't find him, and now they knew Chen Xiang was an extreme martial sect. One by one everyone came to seek Chen Xiang because Chen Xiang had crippled many true martial realm martial artists in the Black Tortoise mysterious realm. It was similar to cutting off a piece of meat of many families. Quickly pay out Chen Xiang. This guy's heart is as poisonous as snakes and scorpions. He definitely must be cultivating some demonic evil skill. That's why he is so powerful. He is not righteous in the Black Tortoise mysterious realm. He had crippled a true martial realm junior of my Li family, who we have nurtured him with a lot of effort. A middle-aged man yelled. These families had spent heavily to nurture their juniors. Afterwards, they sent them to major sects, made them grow stronger, before calling them back to the family. These true martial realm martial artists were very important for these families to grow magnificently. Correct? Your extreme martial sect is the first sect of the Qinwu mainland. However, you are harboring this villain. Quickly make Chen Xiang come out. Until Chen Xiang is not dead, we will not leave. He is a devil who crippled more than 100 true martial realm martial artists. We will definitely hack him into pieces. Many people have gathered at the entrance of the extreme martial sect, swearing and screaming. They didn't mention in the slightest bit that these true martial realm disciples first tried to rob Chen Xiang, as if Chen Xiang, for no apparent reason, had crippled off those true martial realm martial artists. After Chen Xiang killed Lu Shang and Lu Zhengnan, he was resting for a few good days in the extreme Dan King courtyard. Because Lu Shang first acted against Chen Xiang didn't suffer any repercussions for killing him. And the most important point was Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming confirmed Lu Shang first planned to kill Qinxiang. Although many large families came here to crusade against Qinxiang, however, the extreme martial sect's disciples felt Qinxiang brought fame to the extreme martial sect, and hence, it resulted in conflict between the beast martial sect and the true martial sect again and again. Qinxiang had crippled many true martial realm martial artists all at once, and this brought a great satisfaction to the disciples of the extreme martial sect. Many people knew Qinxiang crippled those disciples because they wanted to rob Qinxiang, and that was the only reason he acted. Otherwise, why would he even cripple the disciples of the extreme martial sect? And this point had been confirmed by many true martial realm disciples of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. And regarding this point, Lu Menger strongly defended Qinxiang. Thence, those disciples of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire testified. These guys' mouth are filled with virtue and morality as if these crippled guys were saints. These B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. wanted to rob me. I was too lazy to even act against them. I'm truly regretting not silencing those guys. Qinxiang was extremely furious. From a crystal ball, he could see those guys at the entrance shouting, "What are you up to?" Elder Dan looked up at those beautiful flowers blooming on the azure profound tree. "You better stay here honestly. Let these rumor pa-s-s." Qinxiang slapped his thigh and replied, "No way, I'm going to go out." "You go and call Little Bald. You two accompany me outside. Take a look at how your martial uncle play with them." Qinxiang had returned to his peak. However, Long Shui was still resting. She had eaten half of the earth core divine fruit from the netherworld abyss, and only due to it was she able to advance by leaps and bounds. "What are you going to do?" Elder Dan asked. "Soon you will know how I will resolve everything. However, I'm worried about those shameless guys. At that time, I might get attacked. That's why you and Little Bald have to come and pressure them." Qinxiang raised the corner of his lips as a sly smile appeared on his face. Seeing that smile of Qinxiang, Elder Dan knew someone was in big trouble. Wu Kaming had arrived. He didn't recommend Qinxiang to face those noisy guys seeking trouble. However, Qinxiang insisted on going. He obviously could not defy his young martial uncle, and in order to suppress those people, Wu Kaming called many true disciples of the extreme martial sect. There were some who had Serpa. Said the true martial realm. Although they were not going to fight, they could always give their support in gaining prestige. Chapter 198. A man's heart is incomprehensible. Chapter 198. A man's heart is incomprehensible as the gate of the extreme martial sect opened. Those originally loud screams suddenly all quieted down. After the gate was opened, a mighty pressure pressed down upon them, making those people quickly retreat at least a few steps. Suddenly, many people surged out from the gate. Furthermore, each and every one of them was very strong. The crowd couldn't help but be worried if the extreme martial sect, regardless of righteousness, arrested all of them and killed them. Then their families wouldn't have any say in the matter. The majority of those who came to crusade against Qinxiang were high-level figures of various families. Even the patriarch and elders of families came. Their strength was above the true martial realm, but now faced with so many powerful true disciples from the extreme martial sect, they lacked self-confidence in their hearts. At the same time, they were secretly shocked at the strength of the extreme martial sect. Qinxiang also didn't expect Wu Kaming to actually call a good 20 to 30 true disciples. Also, many of them were stronger than the 9th level of the true martial realm. A few of them were even in extreme realms. Such a lineup was very scary. The crowd was nearly scared to death. Those who came to crusade against Qinxiang noticed the masked Elder Dan, as well as a bald man with white eyebrows and a beard. All of them quivered, and they were all suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. These were two of the top figures in the extreme martial sect, and Qinxiang walked beside them. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Elder Dan and Wu Kaming, these level of figures, actually stood up for Qinxiang. This made everyone hesitate. Weren't you all looking for me? Some things are better said in person. If I remember correctly, I didn't kill those people, just crippled them. It shouldn't be that difficult for them to personally come here. This matter is between me and them. Make those people come and stand in front of me. Let's take a look at who's to blame. Chun Xiang coldly said. With both his hands behind his back, he stepped forward and gazed over those people. You better not talk nonsense. The disciples of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire have confirmed that your people had wanted to rob Chun Xiang first. Him crippling them is also a matter of course. Wu Kaming sneered. He stared at those people. Just one glance of his made these people not dare to release their anger. Chun Xiang loudly shouted, Speak! Why are you not speaking now? Before, didn't you all curse me very enjoyably? Said I was devil lord, said I was unethical, said I was evil. This is equal to slandering me. While speaking, Chun Xiang's slaughtering heart following his mood fluctuations and erupted with a tremendous amount of slaughter qi. These people were suddenly extremely scared and alarmed, and quickly retreated even further. According to the junior of my Li family that you crippled, you attacked him for no reason whatsoever. He didn't even try to rob you. He only stayed on the island to explore for treasure. A middle-aged man took a deep breath and spoke loudly. The divine weapon Heavenly Empire's disciples are not speaking the truth. I think you've brought them over to your side. Others also steeled their hearts as they all started shouting one by one. If you didn't hurt our children for no reason, we wouldn't have posted so high a bounty for you. Exactly, your extreme martial sect is relying on numbers for advantage. This is savage and unreasonable. Chun Xiang, you better give us an explanation. Chun Xiang frowned and said in a heavy tone, You call those crippled guys of yours over. I'll give everyone a satisfactory explanation. Don't expect us to do that. Is it not enough that you have crippled them? You also want to stab and poke at their wounds? A man shouted. Elder Dan, Wu Kaming, and the others only observed because Chun Xiang said he wanted to deal it himself and didn't need them to intervene. They also wanted to take a look at how their young marshal planned to deal with these guys in the end. Chun Xiang suddenly took out a building foundation Dan and said, This is a building foundation. Whoever admits that their people wanted to rob me, I will give this building foundation Dan to them. That crowd of people suddenly quieted down. Everyone glanced at each other, having some hesitation. Although these people hadn't seen a building foundation Dan before in their lives, they had seen a few pictures in the book. They also knew that Chun Xiang had won 3 building foundation Dan from the Lu family. A single building foundation Dan was worth a good few 100,000 crystal stones. If given to a 10th level mortal martial realm martial artist, it could even allow them to enter true martial realm. If it were auctioned, 500,000 to 600,000 crystal stones was nothing difficult to obtain. Although these families could afford a few 100,000 crystal stones, the building foundation Dan was a rare Dan with no definite market price. At this point, all of them were faced with a great temptation. Seeing these people completely silent, Chun Xiang again took out another building foundation Dan and coldly smiled. 2. If someone admits their own family member wanted to rob me, I will give them these 2 building foundation Dan. There are so many people in here as witness. I will absolutely not go back on my words. Upon seeing this, Elder Dan secretly clenched her teeth and quickly transmitted to Chun Xiang. You might as well as give these 2 building foundation Dan to me. I will help you deal with them. Chun Xiang replied back, I'm not someone who will suffer loss. Little girl, just see how this martial uncle will deal with them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted, I admit that our family disciple indeed fabricated the facts and deceived me. Just a moment ago, after thinking about it, I felt his words had a lot of flaws, and the divine weapon, Heavenly Empire's disciples are honest. What they said should be true, and indeed our family disciple wanted to ate your treasure first. This man's words made many people curse him in their hearts. Just a moment ago, this very person insisted that Chun Xiang had crippled family member for no reason. However, now for two building foundation dawn, he completely turned his back on his family member. They didn't expect this man to actually be so thick-skinned. Chun Xiang smiled. So you are not going to pursue the matter? That man nodded. Not going to be pursued. They were already crippled. To pursue this matter would also not result in any better conditions. All he had to do was just say a few words, and he could get two building foundation dawn. Why not do it? What is your name? I'll have to remember which family is speaking, and that they're not going to pursue me. Chun Xiang asked. I'm Li Chang from the Li family of the true martial province. I'm an elder of Li family, and can make Li family not dwell on this matter. That middle-aged man immediately replied, while staring at those two building foundation dawn in Chun Xiang's hand. Before, the ones who cursed most fiercely were the members of the Li family. However, now they were also the first to change their stance. Chun Xiang already knew these people came here to ask for compensation, because he had a lot of precious things. These sorts of people had long been eyeing them. Chun Xiang relying on money to prove his innocence was also a normal thing to do. Chun Xiang happily smiled and said, Good! These building foundation dawn are now yours. However, you have to remain here. As the two building foundation dawn Chun Xiang threw over landed on Li Chang's hands, his hands slightly trembled. He had lived for so long, yet it was still first time touching the building foundation dawn, moreover, two at once. The extreme martial sects members were also very surprised. They had not expected Chun Xiang to actually use this kind of method to resolve the problem. This made them quite disappointed. At the same time, they also felt their hearts ache. Two building foundation dawn were so cheap to this young man. Chun Xiang, the Li family is Li family, and our Luo family is different. A middle-aged man suddenly shouted. He was very envious. He didn't expect this Lu Shang to actually be so fast to speak. Even more so for him to be so thick-skinned, as well as obtaining two building foundation dawn. One by one, those people started shouting. Chun Xiang slightly smiled and took out four building foundation dawn. The instant these four building foundation dawn appeared, everyone continuously rushed to admit their family disciple was wrong at first, and wanted to rob Chun Xiang. A good 50 to 60 people had come. Of course, Chun Xiang would not give all of them building foundation dawn. Instead, Chun Xiang just smiled and said, Thank you everybody for proving my innocence. After he finished speaking, he retrieved those building foundation dawn. Those people were dumbfounded. At this time, they remembered that Chun Xiang hadn't expressed that he would give them these for building foundation dawn like before. Moreover, because they were worried other people might get in front of them, they all hurried to admit their own junior's fault. Chun Xiang grinned and said, Rest assured, I won't let you go back empty-handed. I will reward those four building foundation dawn for the head of Li Chang. As long as someone kills him, I'll give them these four building foundation dawn. Chapter 199, Inducements. Chapter 199, Inducements for building foundation dawn. It was but worth 2 to 3 million crystal stones and was actually given as a reward for one true realm martial artist. It was very generous. Even rewards of those major sects was not so much. When Li Chang heard this, his complexion suddenly changed. He immediately raised his guard. In his heart, he was cursing Chun Xiang. While the others had deathly stares at Li Chang, they were considering whether or not they should act. The bounty on Chun Xiang was in itself 10 million crystal stones, but now no one dared to move their hands against him because Chun Xiang was at the entrance of the extreme martial sect. If Chun Xiang was outside, these people would have already swarmed him. Li Chang is mine, an old man coldly said as he took out a long blade. Cold chi started overflowing from the long blade continuously, and the crowd could not help but spread out. W.A. and Jilu, are you serious? Li Chang was slightly startled as he loudly shouted. At the same time, he slowly and vigilantly retreated. Chun Xiang in his heart was laughing. He knew all these people came from the same place, and all of them belonged to various great families. As long as they were part of a great family, there would always be some kind of conflict between them. It was to the point that even some of them could not wait to find an opportunity to finish each other. Elder Dan, Wu Keiming, and the other elders could not help but praise Qin Xiang's methods. However, Qin Xiang had now taken out 6 building foundation dawn, and this was not worth the candle. Of course I'm serious. Your Li family originally had enmity with our W.A. and G family, so what if I kill you? W.A. and G. Lu made a sinister laugh, and with a very unusual step, he instantly arrived beside Li Chang. He waved that long blade bursting with cold qi in his hands and fiercely cleaved downwards. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew towards all 4 directions. Everyone could not help but S.H.I. fur from the cold. Qin Xiang noticed that W.A. and Ji Lu was in the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Meanwhile, Li Chang was in the 2nd level of the true martial realm. There was a great disparity between them. No wonder Li Chang's complexion was full of fear. In just few seconds, Li Chang was hacked by 3 blade strikes. However, his wounds were devoid of blood. They were sealed in ice, and fortunately, all of this happened in front of the entrance of the extreme martial sect, which had plenty of S.P.A.C., allowing him to cast his skills. Under normal circumstances, there would always be a large gap between 2nd level and 3rd level true martial realm martial artists. A 2nd level facing someone at the 3rd level would be completely suppressed and could do nothing to fight back. During the battle, Li Chang could do nothing but dodge, and even escaping was not an option. Of course, if it was Qin Xiang, this abnormal facing a common 3rd level true martial realm martial artist, the scenery would be completely reversed. If Qin Xiang used the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade and the black tortoise adamantle armor, almost all ordinary 3rd level true martial realm martial artists wouldn't be able to do anything but wait for their demise. W.A.N.G. Lu I Li Chang, even if I die, will not let you have it easy. Li Chang viciously shouted. Regardless of that fleeting strength released from the long blade, he still punched out, and as the long blade's thrust came over, he blasted a punch at W.A.N.G. Lu's dantian with all his might. A burst of qi waves broke out, shaking the ground from the aftershock. Meanwhile, Lu Chang's chest was also pierced. W.A.N.G. Lu had not expected Li Chang to actually exhaust all of his strength before death, opting to ruthlessly punch him. He retreated a few steps while blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. After the cold qi from the blade pierced Li Chang's body, everything in his body was frozen by the cold qi. He was already frozen to death. W.A.N.G. Lu pulled out his knife from Li Chang and retrieved the 2 building foundation dawn. Afterwards, he covered his abdomen and coldly smiled. Although he suffered some serious injury, he still earned big time. In addition to the 4 building foundation dawn from Qin Xiang, he had altogether 6 building foundation dawn, so he felt killing Lu Chang was totally worth it. Seeing this frightening scene, although many were lamenting in their heart because of the death of a true martial realm martial artist, many were actually more jealous. W.A.N.G. Lu had obtained 6 building foundation dawn, and if it was used with caution, even 3 true martial realm martial artists could be nurtured. All of them hated themselves for being weaker than W.A.N.G. Lu, otherwise they would have already acted. All these people before came united to crusade against Qin Xiang. However, now they were fighting among themselves for the building foundation dawn. They were brutally killing each other, and it was evident that in these people's eyes, the interest of their family was more important. W.A.N.G. Lu came in front of Qin Xiang and said, "I killed Li Chang, my reward." Qin Xiang took out 4 building foundation dawn, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "Before I give you, I want to ask you a question, and you have to answer me honestly, or else I will not give it to you." W.A.N.G. Lu frowned, From his wrinkled face, it was evident that he was slightly angry. He coldly replied, "Ask. Did you know that I crippled those true realm martial artists only because they wanted to rob me?" Chen Xiang was intently observing W.A.N.G. Liu. "No, W.A.N.G. Liu, after thinking for a while, replied. Chen Xiang sneered. "So now are you also going to hold me accountable for crippling your W.A.N.G. family disciples?" "I am not going to hold you accountable. Are you going to give me the building foundation, Dawn, or not? Or is it you're going to go back on your words in front of so many people?" W.A.N.G. Liu in his heart was extremely furious. "Don't worry, I'll give it to you. I just wanted to prove my innocence. I asked you, a while ago, you and Li Chong had the most conspicuous voice, as you called me devil, and all sort of things. Why are you suddenly not pursuing the matter anymore? So to say, you were slandering me before, right?" Chen Xiang asked. "I admit before we have truly slandered you, but then—" "Enough." Chen Xiang's voice became heavy as a monstrous slaughter qi suddenly surged out from his body. Everyone only saw an azure flash before a blood fountain shot out as W.A.N.G. Liu's head fell on the ground, blood dripping from the azure gant blade, while W.A.N.G. Liu's body and head was lying in a pool of blood. Chen Xiang actually killed W.A.N.G. Liu. This action of his was totally out of everyone's expectation, even more so for W.A.N.G. Liu. That was the only reason Chen Xiang was so quickly able to behead him. Chen Xiang coldly smiled and stared at those people who came for him. In the end, he had slandered me. You all have heard him admitting himself that he had slandered me. These people's heart started beating rapidly. They could not help but be horrified. From W.A.N.G. Liu's headless corpse, Chen Xiang retrieved the two building foundation Dawn. Looking at his actions, everyone could not help but admire his methods. At first it appeared he had lost the building foundation Dawn. However, now he not only prevented himself from suffering any loss, he had also made these people admit themselves from their own mouth that he did nothing wrong. At the same time, he had also made W.A.N.G. Liu kill Li Chong, and at last had a just cause for killing W.A.N.G. Liu. Previously, when I took out 4 building foundation Dawn, you said so yourself that your family's juniors were at fault first. Are you still not going to leave? Or is it you want to stay here to join too on their funeral? I don't mind killing a few more." Chen Xiang, with a deadpan look, glanced at all of those people. "Things have been resolved. Previously, you yourselves have admitted to the fact that your disciples were wrong, and you also said so yourself. You no longer held Chen Xiang accountable. All of us have clearly heard it." Wu Kaming said in a clear voice, "If you dare to lie, then don't blame me for not being polite. Don't hara my extreme martial sect's disciples." Elder Dan's voice sounded cold. It was Briming with slaughter chi. These people moaned and groaned in their heart. However, they felt they were a lot better than W.A.N.G. Liu and Li Chong. At least they were not dead. All of them had previously thought Chen Xiang was a young and frivolous guy. However, contrary to their expectations, his subtlety was too deep, and just with few actions he had neatly solved everything. Not to mention the fact that they also could not refute anything anymore. After returning to the extreme Dan King courtyard, Chen Xiang laid on a couch and looked at those flowers glittering in azure aura on the azure profound tree, waiting for the tree to bear fruits. Elder Dan also often came to visit. Those were but 40 azure profound fruits, and an extremely rare fruit at that. However, now the speed of their growth was even faster than ordinary fruits. Chapter 200 New Extreme Martial Sect. Chapter 200 New Extreme Martial Sect. I say, woman, why have you been visiting a man's house alone so frequently, even more so tightly covered? Chen Xiang teased upon seeing Elder Dan came again. Humph, this extreme Dan King courtyard is my domain. Wherever I want to go, I'll go. Elder Dan retorted with a cold snort, before raising her head to look at those azure, profound flowers. She had been waiting for them to bear fruits. Chun Xiang smiled and said, "Don't look, they are not yours. As the owner of this tree, I'm not worried. Why the F you see? Kay, are you so anxious? I can look at the flowers, can't I?" Elder Dan replied, "Do you like these flowers? I, your martial uncle, can pick one for you." Chun Xiang said, as he was about to jump. Elder Dan hastily stopped him. "Don't. One of those flowers is equivalent to one azure, profound fruit." After realizing Elder Dan was really in need of the building foundation don, Chun Xiang asked, "Why do you need so many building foundation don?" "I have my own reasons," Elder Dan replied in low voice. She looked around for a bit and then left. Chun Xiang looked at those beautiful azure flowers before jumping and picking one. Afterwards, he left towards Elder Dan's room. As Elder Dan opened the door, she was startled for a second before tenderly shouting, "You idiot! You really plucked one?" Chun Xiang giggled and said, "You often came to see those flowers. Don't you like them? This is a present from me." The flower in his hand was indeed beautiful. Although it was separated from the tree, it was still glittering with an azure aura. Moreover, wafting in was a slight, flowery fragrance. Humph, you really are an idiot." Elder Dan was extremely furious. However, she didn't know why, but she was feeling sweet and warm in her heart. "If you don't want it, then I can give it to Chan Chan." Chun Xiang pursed his lips. As he was about to take his leave, Elder Dan grabbed him. "Who says I don't want it?" Elder Dan S.N.A.T.C. had that flower and lightly stroked it before taking a whiff. Though she was distressed in her heart, she was very happy as well. She was quite pleased with herself, after all. It was the first time someone was gifting her a flower, and such a precious flower at that. "Take off your mask then." Chun Xiang couldn't help but ask this again. He truly wanted to see the appearance of this mysterious female. "Humph!" Elder Dan tenderly snorted, before closing the door on his face. "There truly is no payment for a good deed." Chun Xiang kicked the door before taking his leave. Seeing all this, Su Meiyao somewhat jealously said, "Good brother, sister has kissed your cheeks already, but I've never ever received any flowers from you." Bai Yu also coldly snorted and said, "Humph, that masked woman has not even revealed her face. Yet you still gave her such a gift." Long Shui also spoke in a low tone, exactly, completely biased. "I've helped you a good number of times, and you've not given me any flowers." A woman's jealousy was very strong. Chun Xiang now finally realized this point. Even by Yu, this cold beauty was like this. Hey, however, I bought you a lot of beautiful clothes and jewelry. If you want flowers, I'll immediately go now and pluck one for you." Chun Xiang replied with a laugh. Of course, Su Meiyao and others were just casually saying this, and upon hearing Chun Xiang's response, they hastily stopped him. That flower was the base for the azure profound fruits. Picking one was equivalent to wasting one azure profound fruit. However, Chun Xiang still plucked a few other beautiful flowers and gave to these three beauties. He knew that women would often superficially say they do not want something, however. In their hearts, they very much wanted it. Every time he bought clothes to them, they always said it was enough. "We have too many already." However, whenever they got their hands on the new clothes, their happiness was completely obvious. Chun Xiang went over to the square with the notice boards to look at the new rules. The 3,000 martial courtyards of the extreme martial sect were completely rectified and turned into 50 huge martial courtyards. At this point, no one was allowed to go out, while everyone could only remain in their respective martial courtyards. The extreme Dan courtyard's disciples and a few other individuals with special circumstances were an exception. This was done in order to strengthen the interactions and relations between disciples. Now there were a total of only 15 inner martial courtyards. The overall strength of these 15 martial courtyards could be said to be relatively the same. However, The disciples in these 15 martial courtyards still felt somewhat out of sort. In order to boost the compet 1. Tie-in within the extreme martial sect, various new things were introduced, all of which could stimulate the disciples to strive to improve their cultivation. For instance, martial courtyards, although they did not have rankings, were divided into golden martial courtyards, silver martial courtyards, and bronze martial courtyards according to the color of their number plates. Golden martial courtyards were obviously the best. The disciples of these martial courtyards were very diligent, and it was evident from the number of missions they had completed, the many awards from various compet 1 tie-ins, and so on. Silver martial courtyards and bronze martial courtyards, though, were slightly worse. Holy SHI plus T. In order to get the golden number plate, the disciples of the respective martial courtyards have to complete 1,000 level, 10 missions. If disciples want to become disciples of the golden martial courtyards, they have to complete 100 level, 10 missions. What the F-U-C-K is this? Yun Xiao Dao roared after seeing the new content on the notice board. The missions were divided into levels 1 to 10, with level 10 being the hardest. We need to complete 10,000 level 1 missions before becoming golden disciples. How can there be so many missions to complete? Looking at those numbers, Zhu Rong was completely confused. He was afraid to do any mission. In his opinion, it was an unrewarding task. Chun Xiang smiled and said, "The extreme martial sect seems to be lacking crystal stones. In the entire Qinwu mainland, few things could tempt sect disciples to do the job. Don't expect me to do so many missions. I'll just finish one once every year, that's all." Zhu Rong was in fact very lazy. To make him do some things thousands or even hundreds of times was simply asking for his life. Every year the golden disciples will get 500 true elemental dawn and 1,000,000 crystal stones as benefit. The golden martial courtyard's disciples who completes more tasks compared with the others will also get very generous benefits. Looking at this, Yun Xiao Dao could not help but be astonished. Motherf. You, see, Kerr, this father must get hold of some of the prestige of being a golden disciple. After seeing this, Zhu Rong's eyes almost popped out. The benefits golden disciples obtained were terrifying good. Su Weilong pointed at one region and said, "The level 5 missions can be taken in groups of 2 or less. Level 6 to level 9 allows 50 people at most, while level 10 missions can be done by a team of 100. In consideration of our current strength, we can at most do level 5 missions. If 2 people go, it will also be very efficient. 100 people completing 1 level, 10 missions, was regarded as everyone completing once, which was rather good. They suddenly looked at Qin Xiang. If they were with Qin Xiang, then it would be very easy. Don't look at me. If I'm together with you, you'll only be more dependent on me, and that's not good for your future growth." Qin Xiang scoffingly said, "I'll go together with Wu Qianqian. Don't expect me to go with you. Hose before bros, F-U-C-K-U. Su Weilong and the trio cursed in unison. These dawn simply didn't get in the eyes of Qin Xiang. Whether he went or not didn't matter to him. He could get hold of a mission to refine many dawn once in a while. Because of this, it would be hard to say which year or month he would be able to get the golden disciple Ti. Look here, there is also an arena ranking. 10 wins in a row, and you can get the Ti of Bronze Warrior. Get a streak of 30, and you can get Silver Warrior. A streak of 50, and there's the Golden Warrior. The Golden Warriors have the opportunity to learn divine martial skills personally from the Dean. Yun Xiaodao shouted, "A winning streak of 50 is not that easy. Moreover, the arrangement of battle is done by a lottery. If someone is faced with Qin Xiang or another kind of freak, wouldn't they be completely done for?" Zhu Rong shook his head. Although the benefits of a golden warrior was rather good, achieving it was not that easy. Su Weilong shouted, "Look here, this King Martial Courtyard is a special place just for outstanding disciples, as well as any bronze disciples who have the Silver Warrior Ti. I tlee or higher. This King Marshal Courtyard's chief is the dean. Interesting. Chun Xiang rubbed his chin. This update of rules suddenly made him eager to make trouble. He secretly praised these new rules of the extreme martial sect. It was indeed very difficult to inspire people to fight, but these new set of rules had indeed accomplished this. Squinted Dragon, let's make a team. Zhu Rong hand draped over Su Weilong's shoulder. You've already seen Lao Zhu's luck. Yun Xiaodao moaned. I'm in trouble. I'll need to group up with my FUC king wife. Qin Xiang laughed. Right, you've been married for so long, but none of us have seen your wife before. Best not to see. Yun Xiaodao heaved a sigh. The martial courtyards had already been reformed. Chun Xiang, along with Yun Xiaodao and the others, entered the new martial courtyard and arrived at the arranged place for them. It was very small. To be exact, it was a small house for a few people to live in. Most of the area was used to construct a number of arenas and a few places to practice. What made Chun Xiang confused was that there were actually two very beautiful girls in here. One was Zhu Ruru, Zhu Rong's sister, while the other one was Yun Si, Yun Xiaodao's sister. Chapter 201, Lu Family Secret. Chapter 201, Lu Family Secret. Although Chun Xiang resided in the extreme Dan King courtyard, he was still given some place to reside in here. When he saw a lovely and sweet girl along with a girl with a mature charm in the courtyard, he could not help but be secretly surprised. Ruru, how come you're here? Zhu Rong hastily asked. Elder sister, this seems to be the residence of men. You girls can't just come in here. Yun Xiaodao's complexion turned horrid as he took occasional glances at Zhu Ruru. Yun Si replied in a warm and enchanting voice. Don't worry, I accompanied Ruru to see you. Chun Xiang prodded Zhu Rong's waist and asked in a low voice, What the H-E-L? L is going on here? What is the relation between your younger sister and Xiaodao? Well, I never wanted to recognize little rascal Yun as my brother-in-law. Sigh, I can't do anything anyway. I need to make a confession to you. Zhu Rong, with a helpless look, replied. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaodao also heaved a long sigh. Chun Xiang had a sudden urge to laugh. However, he still held himself back. So they were already booked. Then why did you introduce your sister to me? Haha, if you took a liking to Ruru, then she could not marry little rascal Yin. How do I say this? You are a lot stronger than little rascal Yin. Zhu Rong shamefully replied in a low voice. Qin Xiang chuckled. Xiaodao, your wife is not bad. Why would you become dejected and despondent? She is good, but just thinking about calling this pig as my brother-in-law makes me feel sick. Yun Xiaodao said in a dejected voice. Little rascal Yin, you need to call me brother respectfully. Zhu Rong also felt uncomfortable. I gave my sister to you and you cheaply got her. How dare you call me pig? Father can marry your sister is your good fortune. Yun Xiaodao shouted back. You look like a monkey. Don't flatter yourself. My sister married you out of kindness. Zhu Rong also started shouting. Soon, they began to quarrel again. Cough, cough. From a distance, Zhu Ruru's light coughs came over. Xiaodao, what did you promise me? Her tone was carrying a subtle hint of strictness, making Yun Xiaodao shut up immediately. Chun Xiang suddenly discovered that although Zhu Ruru was called Ruru, she was not gentle at all. Every day, he would hear Yun Xiaodao complaining about how fierce and strict his wife was, and thinking of this, Chun Xiang once again had wide grin on his face. TLN. Ruru means gentle. Chun Xiang shot a palm on Yun Xiaodao's back and said while laughing, You actually got married, yet you didn't invite me. You're truly lacking a sense of brotherhood. He especially didn't invite you. This idiot actually intends to hide it from you forever, ha ha ha. Zhu Rong started laughing. Younger brother Qin, your information is out of date. You didn't even know the wedding between Zhu family and Yun family. Zhu Ruru and Yun Si came over, and Qin Xiang, for once, intently looked at them. Zhu Ru looked gentle and sweet. She had a striking contrast over Yun Sui's mature charm and hot figure. Elder brother Qin, H.E.L. Lo. I often hear Xiao Dao mention you. However, he always said you are very busy. That's why he can't take me to see you, Zhu Ru said with a light smile. Chun Xiang laughed as he took out 2 building foundation don. He gave one to Xiao Dao and the other to Zhu Ru before speaking. At the time of your wedding, I was indeed preoccupied with something and I couldn't come. Consider this as your wedding gift. Zhu Rong's eyes suddenly shone as she exclaimed, Younger brother Qin, you are truly kind. While talking, he extended his hands to grab Zhu Ru's building foundation dan. However, before he could even take it, his hand was slapped by Yun Xiaodao. Yun Sui had heard from Yun Xiaodao. Elder brother Qin is a very generous person. Yet she didn't expect him to actually be so generous. In one shot, he took out 2 building foundation don, and he also had a does-not-matter look on his face. She remembered at the time of Yun Xiaodao's wedding, the most precious gift they received was a few 100,000 crystal stones. She suddenly understood why Yun Xiaodao would make her think of ways to get married to Qin Xiang. Both Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Ru were very surprised. They knew Qin Xiang had only obtained just 3 building foundation don from the Lu family, and there was no need for him to be so generous. Zhu Rong asked, When I get married, can I also have this gift? Qin Xiang laughed and replied, Of course. Ha ha. Well then, I just have to get married multiple times. Zhu Rong had just finished speaking when he was suddenly kicked by Yun Xiaodao. What made Qin Xiang feel even more interested was that, after Su Weilong entered, he neither spoke nor took a look at Yun Sui. Meanwhile, from time to time, Yun Sui would also have strange light in her eyes as she stole glances at Su Weilong. We'll take our leave. Yun Sui grabbed Zhu Ru and left, and only after they left did the atmosphere tone down a little. Everything turns chaotic when there's a woman in here. Sigh, we even need to be cautious with the words we are speaking. Yun Xiaodao heaved yet another sigh as he spoke. Zhu Rong laughed evilly and spoke. Hey, didn't you notice? Little Rascal Yun's older sister actually took glances at Squinted Dragon. Ha ha ha. Su Weilong glared at Zhu Rong once before speaking dismissively. This is my charm. Don't just think I'm hated by everyone. I'm also loved by someone. This made Qin Xiang and others broke into laughter till they have to hold their bellies. Humph, don't talk about women anymore. We have to talk about our great plan first. Yun Xiaodao, when he thought of himself calling Su Weilong as brother-in-law, he felt uncomfortable once again. He had been married to Zhu Ru for so long, yet he had never called Zhu Rong as his own brother-in-law. Although he didn't call him as such, there was still a shadow in his heart. Little Rascal Yin, before I had promised you to help keep your secret from younger brother Qin, but now that younger brother Qin himself came to know about it, I don't have to help you keep your secret anymore. Zhu Rong proudly smiled and spoke. Qin Xiang realized that Yun Xiaodao, in order to make Zhu Rong and Su Weilong guard his secret, had to pay a hefty price. Isn't that going too far? Your wife is not a bit rude and unreasonable. Moreover, she is Zhu Lao's younger sister. Qin Xiang laughed and said, Exactly because she is Zhu Lao's younger sister that I'm feeling unwell. Yun Xiaodao shut the door, and the 4 of them once again began to talk about building their own force. At this point, Zhu Rong also turned serious. I looked into the Lu family and discovered some Estonies. Plussing things. I think the extreme martial sect should also know it, however, there was nothing in it for them. Lu family's most powerful is not Lu Shang, but a guy who had entered a Devil Path sect. Because this was an ignominious matter to the Lu family, they declared that their most powerful person was Lu Shang. However, now that Lu Shang has been killed by younger brother Qin, Qin Xiang frowned and said, Last time during my duel against Lu Jiangnen had used a very evil martial technique. Was it taught by this Devil Path disciple of the Lu family? It is possible that the Lu family and that Devil Path disciple still have dealings, however, this does not constant I. To the threat to the extreme martial sect. Also, the extreme martial sect don't have any evidence yet to prove that the Lu family and the Devil Path sect have some relations. Su Weilong said, colluding with the Devil Path sect, it was highly intolerable by the righteous sections. I'm going to the Herb King Mountain to investigate. I'm not finished with the Lu family. Chun Xiang clenched his fists and coldly said, I can only temporarily find 5 good 10th level mortal martial realm martial artists for my investigation. These 5 men appeared to be very honest, but they are usually quiet and impoverished. They are often despised by some disciples of N. O. Bleebirth. However, their behavior is very good, and even their strength is also okay. In fact, they can be considered as among the best in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. Prior to new reforms, they were all in the 200th martial courtyard. Su Weilong said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. We are looking for such people. However, we should first solicit them into coming here, and we will observe them for some time. If they are trustworthy, then we'll vigorously nurture them. Chapter 202, Divine Sword Province. Chapter 202, Divine Sword Province. The extreme martial sex reformation was almost finished. That was why most of the disciples were now living in their respective courtyards. Many disciples even began to receive missions and the generous benefits, as well as compete with other disciples. Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and Su Weilong, the trio now didn't lack any resources, and now their only concern was to how to get the golden disciple tea as soon as possible, since all of them were a lazy bunch. Chun Xiang resided in the extreme Dan King courtyard in the night, and if he was free during the daytime, Yun Xiaodao and trio would always come in here to brag. Today, as Chun Xiang walked into the small room, he saw a white-haired old man with calm demeanor present. He immediately recalled that this old man was once together with the elders, and he should also be an elder from the elder courtyard. I'm Elder Tan, the elder responsible for AS, signing the missions. That old man introduced himself with a smile. The trio of Yun Xiaodao, Su Weilong, and Zhu Rong were also inside the hall. Elder Tan, what can I do for you? Chun Xiang asked. The young elders of the extreme martial sect were relatively large in number, and they were also stronger compared to their older counterparts. When disciples saw these younger elders, they generally didn't need to observe proper obeisance, and because of that, many elder were easy to approach. I came here to give you a task. Elder Tan's complexion turned somewhat serious. Only you can complete this task, because only you can reach that place quickly. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He had vermilion bird fire wings, and anywhere would be a piece of cake for him to quickly reach. We have just received information that our extreme martial sex disciples in the vicinity of the Proud Sword sect have encountered an attack from the Devil Path martial artists. These Devil Path martial artists are not very strong, and they are more or less in the 2nd and 3rd level of the true martial realm. Elder Tan described the mission. Chun Xiang doubtfully asked, Isn't the Proud Sword sect there? Can't we ask help from them? Elder Tan shook his head. The Proud Sword sect have always been aloof, and they never help outsiders. It was even rarer for them to have contacts with other sects since they regard themselves as aloof from the worldly affairs. They regard themselves as the strongest sect of the Chimu mainland. However, they have always been suppressed by the extreme martial sect. To put it simply, they will not help us in any way. Chun Xiang had also heard this, however, he didn't expect the Proud Sword sect to be so unreasonable. He nodded his head. Leave them to me. This is regarded as a level 6 mission. You have to be careful. Elder Tan took out a sheet on which a map was drawn, along with some detailed information to A.S. Sis Chun Xiang. After Elder Tan left, Su Weilong whispered, Chun Xiang, you have to be careful. I seem to remember this Elder Tan had pretty good relations with Lu Shang. Chun Xiang frowned and said, I will be careful. After Qin Xiang left the extreme martial sect, he aimlessly strolled in the Tianmen city from east to west. As the night arrived, he entered a hotel, and after posing a disguise, he left the Tianmen city early in the morning. He followed a group of Danxiang Taoyuan's martial artists, leaving together the city. It was better to hide his whereabouts. With this, Qin Xiang wouldn't need to be afraid of getting attacked by some fearsome martial artists now that no one could find him. He followed that group for 3 days, far away from the extreme martial sect, and in a city, Qin Xiang detached himself from the group and entered in a mountain forest alone. To reach the Proud Sword sect, you need to pass through the Taoyuan province. Aren't you going to meet that seductress Hua Xiangyue? Su Meiyao said with a gentle laugh. No, I'm going to hurry and resolve the matter. Qin Xiang leapt into the air as a pair of huge fire wings appeared on his back. Then he flew towards Danxiang Taoyuan. With the help of the vermilion bird fire wings, Qin Xiang's speed was extremely fast. He was also pretty high in the air, and as such, no one would be able to attack him. During the time he was away from the extreme martial sect, he was very cautious. He had a very deep-seated hatred with the true martial sect, as well as the beast martial sect, not to mention the free immortal sea from the seas. The Divine Sword Province was under the jurisdiction of the Proud Sword sect, and the martial artists born and raised there were all sword users. The sword in their eyes was the most noble weapon, and other kind of weapons were regarded as inferior by them. Qin Xiang flew continuously for 10 days across the Taoyuan province. It was his first time embarking on the land of the Divine Sword Province. It was pretty much the same as other provinces, rich in spirit qi with beautiful forests. Where he was going was at the edge of the Divine Sword Province, close to the Icewind Polar region, which was at the border of the Proud Sword sect. The Icewind Polar region was also known as the Icewind Province, the smallest province among the Qinwu 9 provinces. It has one of the worst environment, and it has a very scarce population, to the point that it was almost uninhabited. It was under the jurisdiction of Icewind Valley, and even though it only had this sect, this mysterious sect, the Icewind Valley, was still very powerful. If I could finish the mission quickly, then I can visit the Icewind Valley and see Yulan. Qin Xiang was very eager to meet this sworn sister. His mind, the silhouette of a mature and elegant, white-haired beauty appeared. After their separation in the King City, he never had contact with Lung Yulan again. While flying, Qin Xiang felt more and more cold. He knew that he had arrived at the border of the Proud Sword sect. Soon, a city came into his view, and far away in the outskirts of the city was a crystal stone vein. Because it was discovered by the extreme martial sect's disciples, it was being mined by the extreme martial sect for about 20 years. It was also the reason why the Proud Sword sect bore a grudge against the extreme martial sect. It was not a problem to mine a large crystal stone vein for dozens of years, and the extreme martial sect was also very kind. They didn't mine secretly and even divulged it to the Proud Sword sect. In accordance with the rules of the Qinwu mainland, the extreme martial sect could mine this large crystal stone vein for 20 years. Now that the extreme martial sect was attacked by the Devil Path martial artists here, the Proud Sword sect would never take action, and on the contrary, they would gloat. Qin Xiang arrived in the city. This city was known as the Frozen Sword City, and every martial artist in this place was carrying a sword either on their back or on their waist. This was the custom pa's, said from the old times of the Divine Sword Province, and Qin Xiang, in order to not stand out, had already taken out a sword and hanged it on his waist. It was very cold here. However, if martial artists were strong enough, they would not be afraid of the cold. Instead, they could withstand the cold qi invading their body with their vigorous true qi. Everybody who wore thin clothes were mostly strong martial artists. Qin Xiang now wore thick clothes. He feared that Elder Ten colluded with the Liu family and intentionally made him come here in order to ambush him. So the very first thing he inquired about was whether the extreme martial sect disciples were attacked by the Devil Path martial artists or not. In the lobby of a hotel, various good and bad people mixed in together. Chun Xiang came in and ordered a few dishes. After rewarding a waiter 3 crystal stones, he began to ask some stuff. "Little brother, I'm from outside and just arrived here. I want to ask whether there are devil path martial artists in this neighborhood." Chun Xiang asked. A crystal stone was not a small fortune for the waiter. Even if Chun Xiang wanted to inquire about his 18 generations, he would not hesitate to tell. The waiter was thin, inherently born with a smiling face. At this point, he was even more happy. "Distinguished guest, you may not know it, although there are devil path martial artists here. They are afraid of our divine sword province's people. However, for unknown reasons, during the past month, the devil path martial artists have been frequently coming to rob the mines in the outskirts of the city. A good number of disciples from the extreme martial sect have already fallen in their hand. Regarding this matter, the governor's office didn't manage it, the same with the proud sword sect. From the first place, they bore a grudge against the extreme martial sect. However, the extreme martial sect's disciples are not bad. Whenever they came to the city, they would provide rewards to many, and although they have been mining in the divine sword province, it is only for 20 years, that's all. Now it was time for the proud sword sect to take over, and they can mine for a good dozen of years. If the mine wasn't discovered by the extreme martial sect, even their fart would not exist here, and also because of this, many genius came to the city." Chun Xiang noticed that the proud sword sect was not very popular, and he also noticed there were a lot of people begging on the sidewalk in the city. Such things would never be found in the extreme martial province. From Xianxia World. Chapter 203, Beating in Their Own Game. Chapter 203, Beating in Their Own Game. Chun Xiang took a stroll in the frozen sword city for quite some time, exploring the city, collecting more information before buying a map. This map contained detailed information on some mountain ranges within the vicinity of the frozen sword city. After comparing it with the map given by Elder Tan, Chun Xiang discovered the 2 routes were different to his surprise. Although both led to the same destination, the Crystal Stone Mine, the map route provided by Elder Tan was somewhat longer, with a very long roundabout route. On the contrary to the map that Chun Xiang had just bought, furthermore it had a footpath. It seems that Elder Tan was truly plotting against me. Chun Xiang sneered in his heart. "I have to meet trickery with another trick. Let's see what they have planned, and if possible, sacre those planning to ambush me." Chun Xiang left the frozen sword city and followed the route from the map given to him by Elder Tan. After entering a forest, Chun Xiang indeed found a path according to the map, and after closer inspection, he noticed the path had been just recently dug up. Upon noticing this, he was even more certain that this was a trap Elder Tan and the Devil Path sect set up. The Lu family's most powerful member was a guy from the Devil Path sects, and also the person who said that evil skill down to Lu Zhengnan. In light of all of this, it was impossible for the Lu family to not have any dealings with the Devil Path sections. Chun Xiang didn't go down the path, but merely followed near its vicinity with his guard raised. For further assurance, he also made Long Shui pay extra attention to their surroundings. After walking down the path for half a day, Long Shui suddenly shouted, "I sense an aura." Although this guy has restrained his breath perfectly, but he can't hide it from me. This guy is a lot stronger than you. Chun Xiang was surprised and asked, "What level? And where?" He should be in the 5th level of the true martial realm. His strength is mainly in his true qi. It's an extremely firm and yang true qi, and posses a very dense ody aura. Long Shui replied, "I sense him as hiding under the ground. He should specialize in assassinations. The 5th level of the true martial realm. If Chun Xiang really did get ambushed, it would truly have been dangerous. It should be Devil Yang True Qi from the Devil Yang clan. The status of the Devil Yang clan among the Devil Path sects is similar to that of the extreme martial sect. It can be regarded as the strongest sect among the Devil Path sections. Although the Devil Path sects have many conflicts with the righteous sects, They rarely dare to occupy mines belonging to righteous sections. Is there a lack of resources in the Devil Province? Bai Yu asked with doubt. Although the Devil Province area was not small, there were many large Devil Path sects and countless smaller sections. Although they all walked the Devil Path, there was still a need of a large amount of resources. Kill or not to kill? Chun Xiang inquired an opinion from Su Meiyao and others. Don't kill him, engulf him. Bai Yu coldly smiled. Chun Xiang was shocked at the suggestion to use the engulfing devil technique to engulf his opponent, not to mention it was a 5th-level true martial realm martial artist, many levels above him. Currently your constant eye, Tushin, is far better than before. Your body can accommodate a large amount of true qi. There's no need to worry about blasting yourself to death. Bai Yu assured him. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He was now in the 2nd level of the true martial realm, while his real strength was almost encroaching the 4th level of the true martial realm. There was no great disparity between him and a 5th-level true martial realm martial artist. Moreover, he was in wilderness, and there was no one else present here. The other party was a Devil Path sect's evil disciple, so Chun Xiang could use the engulfing devil technique without any worry. Although the engulfing devil technique should not see the light of day, when it is used, it should be used without any delay. Bai Yu said. Chun Xiang nodded his head and cautiously went forward in accordance with Long Xue's guidance, silently shuttling through the trees on the trees. Not the slightest sound was made as Chun Xiang silently approached his ambusher. That Devil Yang clan's disciple was beneath the earth. Due to this, he mainly had to rely on his hearing and vibrations to determine if someone was close by or not. If Chun Xiang was on the trees, it would be impossible for the Sin to detect any vibrations in the ground, and the sound made while shuttling would be disguised in the rustling of the leaves in the wind. He's right down there, covered in a thin layer of soil. You should be able to pierce a claw through the dirt and reach him. Long Xue pointed on the ground and said. Chun Xiang released his divine sense and quickly discovered a man buried under the path. That person possessed a very rich as well as brisk true qi in his body. It seemed that he was ready to take action at a moment's notice, similar to a ferocious tiger waiting to attack after storing enough power. A layer of transparent true qi appeared on Chun Xiang's palm, circling around it. This was the profound aura finger. However, he was also using the universal true qi. At the same time, Chun Xiang operated the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, converging his entire breath. He lightly jumped off the tree. With his 5 fingers clasped together, acting like a spear tip, he aligned his path with the man P.R.O. Any on the ground and thrusted straight towards it. Chun Xiang's target was the part of the man's area with the most rich true qi, his dantian. Not to mention the soft soil, even if it was hard iron. Chun Xiang's 5 profound aura finger would be able to easily pierce through it. If that man didn't have extremely powerful spirit equipment, then he would definitely be drilled into. As Chun Xiang stabbed down his arm, the ground shook a little. That man sensed a dangerous aura enveloping his body. However, he was still late by a beat. Chun Xiang could feel something hot and sticky on his hand as his hand penetrated the soil. As Chun Xiang immediately operated the engulfing devil technique, that deep and oppressive true qi immediately surged into his arm's meridians and spread throughout his body. This absorption speed was very fast. That man also rushed out of the ground. But Chun Xiang's arm remained in his victim's abdomen. That man had the appearance of an ordinary middle-aged man. However, his face had been completely contorted with pain and fear. He felt the continual loss of his true qi from his dantian. At the same time, pain but more frightening was the numbness that coursed through his body soon after. The numbness in his nerves rendered his entire body powerless. You're Chun Xiang. That man barely hissed out a few words. Chun Xiang didn't reply. He was suppressing that oppressive true qi surging into his body with all his concentration. Meanwhile, That man soon realized that Chen Xiang had seen the ambush. "How did you know?" that man strugglingly asked. He couldn't believe he had been ambushed. He was very confident in his concealment abilities. Chen Xiang still didn't reply and kept on madly extracting that man's true qi as his body gradually started shriveling up. However, he was still alive, albeit barely. "I've already extracted your power, so I'll let you die satisfied. I knew about extreme martial sects elder Tan joining hands with the Lu family. I figured someone was planning to ambush me along the route Elder Tan gave me, so I just replied back in kind." Chen Xiang said with a sneer. That man had an indignant look. However, from the expression in his dying eyes was clear, undisguised envy. Anyone following the devil path would be deadly jealous of Chen Xiang possessing a martial technique that could absorb other people's true qi. This was practically most yearned and sought after technique in the devil path sections. Since you like hiding in the ground so much, then you can stay there forever. Chen Xiang mercilessly laughed as he ripped his hand back out before incinerating the dying S. Sin and covering him with soil. As Chen Xiang had just engulfed all the true qi from someone in 5th level true martial realm, he needed to quickly find a place to refine it. Although there was a lot of true qi, he would only receive 30 to 40% after refining it. This was because there were a ton of impurities inside absorbed true qi. Chen Xiang had to refine it many times before it was pure enough for him to integrate it into the 5 beast forms that resided in his dantian. After 3 days said, Chen Xiang awoke. Before this, each divine beast form had 15 true element grains illuminated. However, now there was 17 illuminated true element grains in every beast form, a total increase of 10 grains. Although that man's true qi was quite vigorous, ultimately Chen Xiang could only integrate a small portion of it. After waking up, Chen Xiang continued to walk towards the mine. After walking for half an hour or so, he suddenly heard very familiar sound. "That's Yolan's voice." Chen Xiang rejoiced in his heart while accelerating his footsteps. Chapter 204 Unexpected Encounter. Chapter 204 Unexpected encounter. Leng Yulan's appearance was completely out of Chen Xiang's expectations. This made him somewhat doubtful, as well as anxious because he soon sensed Leng Yulan was actually fighting with someone else. Chen Xiang leapt onto the top of a tree. Suddenly, a white-haired girl came into his view. Leng Yulan's white hair were like a hanging shawl. Her sharp, beautiful face filled was with pride and an aura of coldness. Her slightly knit, curved eyebrows combined with a pair of S.H.I. plus Ning pitch-black pupil excluded a majestic aura, which were now mainly focused on the several enemies in front of her. Even though she was wearing a mighty and domineering black armor, it could still not conceal her hot and mature figure. On her back laid a large sword. Altogether, she was giving off an impression of maturity, elegance, tyranny, pride, which was filled with a bizarre kind of enchantment. Yulan seems to be less than 20-year-old, yet she is so stunning. Chen Xiang secretly praised. "White-haired demoness, you've been blocking our way again and again. Today we've gathered so many people. Ha ha ha. You're definitely going to die." While speaking, a man swung his sword towards Leng Yulan, hacking towards her as another 5 men also simultaneously launched their attacks. Chen Xiang was just about to jump in, but he suddenly felt an intense cold qi spreading out. An oppressive cold qi continuously overflowed from Leng Yulan's charming body. All around her body a few ice walls suddenly appeared, blocking the sword thrusts from those men. At the same time, Leng Yulan's figure disappeared. Soon he realized it was due to extremely high-speed movement. Chen Xiang remembered that Leng Yulan had told him before she specialized in speed. Chen Xiang could use his divine sense to grasp Leng Yulan's lingering trail. However, if he wanted to follow it, it would be highly improbable. With a flash of cold light, Leng Yulan appeared as she pulled out that huge and domineering giant sword on her back, cleanly cleaving a man into 2. Shwa, shwa, shwa Lang Yulan quickly hacked out and instantly beheading those in the middle of a freezing cold atmosphere. The frozen ground was now completely covered in warm blood, as it too soon froze into a beautiful scarlet ice. Chun Xiang took a deep breath. He didn't expect this girl to actually be so violent, however. He knew that Lang Yulan's father was a renowned general, and a very ruthless one at that. So it was also quite natural for Lang Yulan to be similar to her father. Still going to hide, quickly roll out. I don't mind killing another person. Lang Yulan coldly spoke. Her voice carried majesty and pride along with a cold and ruthless intention. Chun Xiang heaved a long sigh. Lang Yulan was actually in the 4th level of the true martial realm, with very rich true qi. Additionally, Lang Yulan also had a dual vein, the fire and ice heavenly vein, just a level lower than the divine vein. Just a moment ago, Lang Yulan was besieged by multiple 2nd level true martial realm martial artists. However, she finished off everyone under 2-3 strikes. What made Chun Xiang lament was that she actually didn't even bat an eye while killing them. It was very barbaric. Chun Xiang flew from the trees into the sky, landing right in front of Lang Yulan, and carefully observed her. He looked at that cold and proud, stunning face, that barbaric, white-haired beauty, whose whole body exuded a kind of wild body fragrance. Each and every part of her body was equally attractive, along with her white hair, cold and proud temperament, peerless mature face, and proud and erect bosom that could be clearly seen even though it was closely wrapped by the armor, made people unable to help themselves but take a couple of glances. Look again, and I will gouge out your eyes. Lang Yulan angrily shouted. Chun Xiang's eyes stayed on her for a long time, especially on her ample and erect bosom. Lang Yulan didn't recognize Chun Xiang. After posing a disguise, he took on the persona of a middle-aged man. When Lang Yulan and Chun Xiang met long ago, he was still just a young teenager. If not for you exuding a righteous aura, I would have already beheaded you. Who are you and what are doing here? You're not those soft B.A.S.T.A.R.D.S. from the Proud Sword sect. Lang Yulan said as she glanced at the sword on Chun Xiang's waist. Chun Xiang glanced all around them before revealing a smile. Yulan, it's me, Chun Xiang. This threw off Lang Yulan. After retreating a few steps, she took a closer look at Chun Xiang, and finally her eyes closed in on his eyes. Brother, is it really you? Lang Yulan still was in disbelief. She couldn't recognize Chun Xiang, although the voice sounded familiar and not many knew about the relation about her and Chun Xiang's relation. She still found it hard to believe. As such, she still kept her guard up. Hey! That stupid crown prince injured you using poisonous needles. Afterwards, I helped you and also gave you a metal spirit fruit, asking you to go to the extreme martial sect. Chun Xiang laughed and said. Suddenly a stream of water appeared on his palm. Was H.I. plussing off the makeup on his face, revealing an angular and handsome face. Brother. After seeing that face, Lang Yulan's eyes suddenly became moist. She fiercely threw herself into Chun Xiang's arms. Perhaps she was too happy. This stubborn, cold, and proud white-haired beauty actually started crying. Little girl, why are you crying? Smile, smile. Chun Xiang laughed, while stroking that elegant face. Although they had not been together for long, they didn't know why, but both of them still missed each other very much. Lang Yulan wiped her tears and gave a slight smile. She looked very charming, like a rainbow after the rain, causing Chun Xiang to become absent-minded. Yulan, you grew up fine. Moreover, so formidable. Just a moment ago, you couldn't wait to castrate me. Chun Xiang teased, making Lang Yulan slightly lower her head. A rare blush appeared on that cold and proud face as she lightly spat in response. Chun Xiang grinned. While caressing that soft and beautiful white hair, he asked, Yulan, are you doing fine in the Icewind Valley? No one is bullying you there, right? Brother, I'm doing great. You don't have to worry about me. Lang Yulan revealed a sweet smile. Although she didn't appear to be like those cute smiling girls, she still looked extremely bewitching at this moment. That's good. Let's go to another place to talk. Chun Xiang looked at the bodies littered on the ground and squeezed her face. Lung Yulan nodded her head like an obedient little girl. In her heart, she felt nothing but grat. 1. 2 towards Chun Xiang. He had changed her fate, otherwise she would not be so strong or even standing here today. Lung Yulan released some flames and burned those corpses before grabbing Chun Xiang's hand and going down a familiar route in the forest that led to a very secretive cave. Brother, when I heard the things about you, I was very worried. Originally, I was planning to go to Extreme Martial Sect to look for you, but the dean didn't let me. She said I wasn't strong enough. Lung Yulan gave Chun Xiang some light, flowery, and fragrant wine. Chun Xiang didn't expect Lung Yulan to literally get drunk in happiness. Chun Xiang smiled. Yulan, you better get stronger first. Brother can handle his stuff. There's no need to worry about me. Lung Yulan naughtily stuck out her tongue. Only in front of Chun Xiang would she turn into a normal girl. Humph! Brother is so good to me. Again and again you've sent me building Foundation Dawn. In this valley there were many greedy people. I just want to help brother out somehow. Lung Yulan was a very strong-willed girl. She didn't want to be Chun Xiang's little guarded sister all day. She had always been elevating her strength in order to help Chun Xiang out one day, even though she knew Chun Xiang was very formidable by himself. Chun Xiang smiled and said, "Is that why you came here? To help the Extreme Martial Sect in fending off those Devil Path martial artists?" Lung Yulan nodded her head. The Proud Sword Sect are working hand in hand with the Devil Path martial artists to get rid of the Extreme Martial Sect's members who have been mining here for the last 10 years. Chun Xiang frowned. He had already guessed this matter had another hidden matter behind it. Is this true? Chun Xiang asked. Chapter 205, Great Storm. Chapter 205, Great Storm, it's true. I've been here for 2 months now, and have overheard Devil Yang clan disciples talking with Proud Sword Sect disciples. Not only that, according to our dean, there has been infighting among the Proud Sword Sect for a good number of years. One side had colluded with the Devil Yang clan, which should be headed by the northern supervisor of the Proud Sword Sect. However, there was no evidence whatsoever, so my dean could not act. Lung Yulan replied. Chun Xiang observed some of the stones in the illuminated cave and said, Yulan, you've been staying here alone for 2 months. It must not have been easy. That's nothing compared to what I face during cultivation. Now that was far worse. Lung Yulan replied as if it had nothing to do with her, then grinned. Brother, I'm definitely more formidable than you now. I'm in the 4th level of the true martial realm. Moreover, I have the fire and ice divine vein. However, in order to protect me, Dean declared I just have the fire and ice heavenly vein to the outside. Chun Xiang was stunned by this revelation, and even Su Meiyao along with Bai Yu exclaimed again and again. Lung Yulan actually had the fire and ice divine vein. No wonder she managed to advance so quickly. Chun Xiang took out a piece of the earth core divine fruit pulp and set it over to Lung Yulan, who just ate it with no formalities. Yulan, nothing can be said to be absolute. Although I'm only in the 2nd level of the true martial realm, if I were to fight you. Hey, Chun Xiang said with a laugh. After eating the earth core divine fruit, Lung Yulan frowned before sweetly smiling. Brother, this is good stuff. She closed her eyes and took a slight breather before reopening her eyes. Chun Xiang was surprised for a moment, even if it was Elder Dan or Gu Dongqin, those Nirvana realm type. Oh, and they took a good several days to refine the earth core divine fruit pulp. However, Lung Yulan had finished refining it in practically an instant. Yulan, did you not refine it? Chun Xiang asked. I'm refining it. It's just my fire and ice true chi is very special. It can self-refine and then integrate that power into my body. Lung Yulan once again poured Chun Xiang a GLA. S of that fragrant wine. Brother, You say you're better than me. How about a fight then? Lang Yulan clenched her jade fists and asked with a look of excitement. Chen Xiang didn't expect his own sworn sister to actually be so bellicose. No need to be so anxious. Let me first deal with the things here first. Once I'm done, I'll take you to extreme martial sect to play. Chen Xiang said with a smile. He had such a powerful sister here. Chen Xiang suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. And even if the dean came to stop me, I would still follow you to the extreme martial sect. Lang Yulan excitedly said, Is your dean female? Chen Xiang asked. Yes. However, I've never seen her face before. She's the same as your extreme martial sect's Elder Dan, wearing a mask all the time. When I went to the extreme martial sect, it was Elder Dan who recommended me to the dean. Afterwards, she took me straight to Icewind Valley. She is very good to me, and it seems that the relations HI plus P between her and the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire's Empress are pretty good. Last time, it was exactly the Empress who sent the building foundation, Dan. Brother, I didn't expect your fiancé to be Shui Xianxian. While speaking the last sentence, there was a sliver of jealousy in Lang Yulan's voice. When Chen Xiang thought of Elder Dan, the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire Empress, Lu Menger, the Icewind Valley Dean, and the Dean of Danxiang Taoyuan, these four female type. Oh, and Chen Xiang forcefully smiled. Among these four individuals, three were Taik. And of powerful forces from three different regions, while Elder Dan can be regarded as one of the Taik. And of the extreme martial sect. Not to mention, all four of them were females. Except for Lu Menger of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire, the other three were all very mysterious. What's more, there seemed to be close relations between all of them. The vain mind by the extreme martial sect is currently surrounded and under siege from the Devil Yang clan's disciples. But your extreme martial sect's members are not so easy to deal with. Currently, the mind still hasn't been compromised. The Devil Yang clan also do not dare to be too overbearing. They know their fates will not be good if they angered the extreme martial sect. I've been dealing with the Devil Yang clan, and would occasionally butcher a few. However, Lang Yulan had never expected she would encounter Chen Xiang here. Brother, if we want to settle this thing well, we need to have the strength of 6th level of the true martial realm at the very least. But only you, someone who's only a 2nd level of the true martial realm martial artist, was sent. What's going on? Also, you do not have any other companions. Lang Yulan asked with a serious look. Chen Xiang sneered and replied, One guy wants to kill me, but... He quickly informed Lang Yulan of the ongoing and recent matters, minus the engulfing part, of course. Brother, you are truly insidious, Lang Yulan exclaimed. You actually killed a 5th level true martial realm martial artist. He should be one of the commanders that I've seen before. Chen Xiang very arrogantly said, Lu Shang, that true 9th true martial realm martial artist, was also killed by me. What does a mere 5th level true martial realm count for? That does not count. You relied on the force of lighting. Moreover, it was very dangerous, Lang Yulan said in a tender voice. At this time, those pair of beautiful eyes were full of battle. She could not wait to have a bout with her elder brother. Chen Xiang just laughed off Lang Yulan's will to fight. He touched Lang Yulan's face and said, I'm going to enter the mine and get rid of those guys. Are you going to come with me? Lang Yulan stared at Chen Xiang and that handsome face of his. She could not help but extend her beautiful hand to touch it. She replied with a grin, If anyone said so, I'll definitely call them a fool for going to seek death. But if elder brother is not afraid to die, how can I, your little sister, chicken out? Chen Xiang smiled and asked, You're really not afraid? Of course not. Let's go right now. I have always been thinking of roaming the world together with you. This is my heartfelt desire. Lang Yulan placed that big sword on her back and left. Lang Yulan spoke to leave and then instantly left, truly decisive. Chen Xiang followed her out of the cave and into the forest, cautiously walking. At this time, Lang Yulan was very excited. It really was her heartfelt wish to be with Chen Xiang. Yulan, originally, I was planning to go to Icewind Valley to find you. You being here was totally out my expectations. I'm very happy. I always wanted to contact you, but couldn't. Chen Xiang said in a low voice. I've been forced into closed-door training by the dean. She is very strict on me. If not for that, how could I be this powerful at such a young age? She wanted me to advance quickly so that I could cope with the oncoming storm. Otherwise, I could easily lose my life at that time. Lang Yulan said, A great storm. Chen Xiang suddenly thought of the great battle between the three heavenly realms. Remembering this, Chen Xiang's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The extreme martial sect had just went through major changes. This could very likely, in preparation for this great storm, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming might also have known about this major upcoming event. Every 100,000 years, the three heavenly realms would converge together and form a Pa-S sage, signifying the start of the great battle. And, Yulan, you have to cultivate even more seriously. That tremendous storm is extremely frightening. The extreme martial sect has just started preparations for that very storm. I'll give you some building foundation, Don. Chen Xiang said in a heavy tone. No need. Building foundation, Don, are not very useful to me. The reason for my fast cultivation are not building foundation, Don, but instead because of my divine veins and the place where I cultivate, as well the brutal techniques. Brother, you should leave them for yourself. Lang Yulan felt very grateful for Chen Xiang's help, and she has always been thinking about how to repay him. However, contrary to her wish, she simply had no idea how to. It could said that Chen Xiang didn't lack anything. After all, he was a level 4 alchemist. From Xianxia World. Chapter 206, Devil Bao Might. Chapter 206, Devil Bao Might. Chen Xiang and Lang Yulan hid inside the forest, observing the wall far away in the wilderness. Because the crystal stone mine was very important, the extreme martial sect had surrounded the mine with thick and high walls. Chen Xiang didn't expect for there to such a large structure, and so deep inside the forest too. He also noticed there were many tents erected just in front of the gate, where many people were walking around. Those were all Devil Yang clan disciples. Furthermore, there were a lot. They actually dared to camp directly in front of the entrance. There's a total of 100 or so Devil Yang clan disciples. They're relatively stronger than the true martial realm martial artists from the extreme martial sect, which is why they're so bold. Lang Yulan explained. She tightly grabbed Chen Xiang's hand. She was suddenly worried that he would immediately rush over, which would be extremely dangerous. Yulan, there's no need to worry about me. Chen Xiang smiled. I'm not worried about you, just afraid that you will act recklessly. Lang Yulan had been staying here for 2 months now, and she had some understanding regarding these Devil Yang clan disciples. If the Devil Yang clan wasn't strong enough, she would have already sacred them all. In her heart, she believed that no matter what, Chen Xiang was currently weaker than her. Chen Xiang pulled out a black bow and mischievously smiled. Yulan, do you know what this is? Looking at that bow, Lang Yulan was slightly stunned before exclaiming in a low voice, demanding life, Devil Bao! I heard that brother got it after killing a disciples from the 100 Poison sect. But wasn't brother injured by Liao Shaoyan from the true martial sect soon after, who also took away the bow? Chen Xiang laughed and said, Correct, but Liao Shaoyan gave it to his apprentice. After I killed his apprentice, I reclaimed it. You should have heard about the true martial sect and the beast martial sect coming to create trouble during the grand tournament of our extreme martial sect. Lang Yulan nodded her head. At that time, Chen Xiang made a magnificent appearance, won 3 compet, won tie-ins, and even handed the Liu family genius a miserable loss. Not to mention ruthlessly defeating the 2 people who came to create trouble during the martial arts compet. 1 tie-in. It was exactly in such a way that the extreme martial sect broke all relations with the true martial sect and beast martial sect. Afterwards, Chun Xiang killed a third-level true martial realm martial artist in the Black Tortoise Mountain and did many similar things inside it. Although Leng Yulan never left Icewind Valley, the information still reached her. She could see how big Chen Xiang's reputation was. Leng Yulan was very proud to have such a brother, and Chen Xiang also loved her very dearly. He even sent her those precious building foundation dawn. "Brother, what are you going to do?" Leng Yulan asked. With the help of powerful divine sense from the little dragoness on Chen Xiang's arm, he was able to learn the cultivation level of the people hidden inside the tents. 1/5 level true martial realm, 3/3 level true martial realm, 5 second level true martial realm, 10 first level true martial realm, while the rest of them are mortal martial realm martial artist. I'll use this bow to kill the 3/3 level true martial realm martial artists, and then deal with the 5th level true martial realm martial artist after. I'll leave the rest of the minions to you. Chun Xiang said, then aimed at a tent. Wait, I'll deal with that 5th level true martial realm martial artist. Brother, you go deal with those minions. Leng Yulan hastily said, No can do, I'll deal with him. Chun Xiang exhorted. For him, a 5th level true martial realm martial artist was trivial. After all, he had the black tortoise adamantle armor. He was naturally fearless of someone in the 5th level of the true martial realm. However, Leng Yulan was different. Brother, leave him for me. I've been inside the Icewind Valley and didn't get to do anything I wanted to. If I can't beat him, you can help me. Leng Yulan held Chun Xiang's arm and flirtatiously said. Chun Xiang felt his own arm caught between two soft lumps, as a tint of red appeared on his face. Okay, but you have to remember, don't try to act brave. Leng Yulan gave a smile, nodded her head, and gave Chun Xiang a kiss on his cheeks, making him somewhat startled. Looking at the flushed Chun Xiang, Leng Yulan giggled and said, Brother, you are really shy. Chun Xiang knocked on her head, smiled, and said, You know you just molested your pure brother. Leng Yulan released Chun Xiang's arm and returned to her previous serious look, becoming wary of her surroundings. Chun Xiang raised the demanding life devil bow and aimed at one of the tents, laughing in a low voice. These guys are very oh blee. Every one of them have their own tents. Truly heaven is helping me. A third-ranked 7th level spirit weapon. Finally, I was able to see how powerful this thing is. Leng Yulan was also very much an antic. 1. P-ation of the upcoming fight. Chun Xiang smiled and said, I rarely use this thing. Wait for me to finish dealing with these guys, then I'll give it to you. While speaking, Chun Xiang poured his universal true qi into the demanding life devil bow, as a black arrow suddenly appeared. Chun Xiang aimed with his divine sense at the devil yang true qi inside the tent. As he released the devil bowstring, a black arrow shot into that tent in the blink of an eye. Chun Xiang aimed directly at that man's dantian. After the arrow from the demanding life devil bow entered his body, a powerful true qi broke out, destroying everything inside that man's body in the blink of an eye. Completely silent and very ruthless. Not to mention Chun Xiang had also used that frightening universal true qi, which made the arrow even more formidable, which made it possible to take the life of a 3rd level true martial realm martial artist in the blink of an eye. Very formidable. Brother can stir up too much trouble. It's better you leave it for yourself. Leng Yulan lightly smiled. Although she knew the bow was very precious, she felt leaving it to Chun Xiang would keep him safer. Good sister, I'll visit the divine weapon Heavenly Empire and make Xian Xian's teacher help you forge a good weapon. Chun Xiang said, while enjoying the view with smiling white-haired beauty. Chun Xiang shot another arrow, killing off another 3rd level true martial realm martial artist. Now, Chun Xiang came to know why this demanding life devil bow was placed 3rd among all 7th level spirit weapons, and why it was called the devil bow. It was very powerful, True Qi became even more powerful after Pa S. Sing through the special spirit array on the devil bow. Lang Yulan also endlessly praised the shot. With a charming smile, she said, "Brother, the dean said she will help me get a powerful large sword. It's just that she has not found all the materials yet." "Right, brother. Xian Xian is equally as famous as me. You say who is more beautiful between me and her?" This question made Chen Xiang sweat. He laughed and said, "D.M. And girl, why are you making things difficult for me? Both of you are equally beautiful." Lang Yulan sweetly smiled. Her smile was very charming. Chen Xiang didn't expect this cold and proud, as well as mature and stunning white-haired beauty to actually have such a cute side. "You better call her sister-in-law." Chen Xiang laughed and said while shooting another arrow. As such, 3 third-level true martial realm martial artists had been killed. If these 3 Devil Yang clan disciples came to learn that they were shot to death by a brat who was also laughing with a beauty, they would definitely turn in their graves. "No, that would make her sound older. She seems only a little older than me, so I'll just call her sister." Lang Yulan acted spoiled because she was very happy to be together with Chen Xiang. She could act freely around him, while she would always take a domineering appearance in front of other people. That was because she was very hesitant towards others, and that was her self-protection mechanism. ASSA. S. Sinated without any sound or breath, which had allowed Chen Xiang to effortlessly complete half of his mission. Of course, if he shot a 4th or 5th level true martial realm martial artist, he could not guarantee that he would not be detected. That's why only after dealing with these weaker disciples did he intend to shoot that 5th level true martial realm martial artist. This way, he and Lang Yulan would face less danger during the battle with that strong devil path martial artist. Chapter 207, Siblings Team Up? Chapter 207, Siblings Team Up. Chen Xiang easily dealt with the 3 third-level true martial realm Devil Yang clan disciples, but he still didn't move out at this point. He continued to shoot those 5 second-level true martial realm martial artists instead. Anyway, it was a very easy thing to do, and it would allow him to save a lot of troublesome stuff he would have to deal with in the end. "Yulan, do you know what's the relations? H.I. plus P between the Empress of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire and your Dean?" Chen Xiang asked, while aiming at a relatively farther tent, once again shooting another arrow. "I don't know. Every time she comes, she is very mysterious, same when she leaves. I don't even know when she arrives or leaves. The Dean is also mysterious. We can't see her frequently, and generally Icewind Valley is managed by the elders. I've been in the Icewind Valley for such a long time, yet I've met with the Dean no more than 20 times. Lang Yulan replied. She too was full of uncertainty and very curious about this matter. Chen Xiang was not surprised because Dansheng Taiyuan's Dean and Elder Dan were also like this, completely unfathomable and mysterious. Elder Dan was still good. At least she made frequent appearances. However, Dansheng Taiyuan's Dean and Icewind Valley's Dean were both completely shrouded in mystery and very rarely went out. All of them were females, not to mention Tyke. An S of their respective influences. In the end, why were they concealing themselves in such a way? According to Elder Dan, she did so in order to protect herself, as she had the Purple Moon fire spirit. More specifically, she was worried about getting caught by the fire spirit seekers. Was the Icewind Valley's Dean and the Dansheng Taiyuan's Dean also doing the same for similar reasons? Did both of them have a fire spirit? Or some other kind of powerful thing? In a matter of few seconds, the 5-second level true martial realm marshal of the Devil Yang clan were also silently dealt with by Chen Xiang. After resting for a bit, Chen Xiang spoke in a heavy tone. Yulan, are you ready? I'm going to attack the 5th level true martial realm martial artist. If I could not kill that guy, you need to attack. Lang Yulan's jade-like hands were already on the hilt of that big sword on her back. She had a dead serious look. She was done with her preparations. Chun Xiang poured a lot of universal, true qi into the demanding life devil bow. Only after the bow could not absorb any more true qi did he shoot the arrow. That arrow was rather big. After Chun Xiang shot it into a relatively larger tent, it only shook a little before a thunderous roar came from inside. Suddenly, a burly guy shot out from the top of the tent, jumped up into the air, holding a black broadsword, and roared again and again in anger. Which mongrel secretly plotted again this father, quickly roll out. That burly man shouted, followed closely after by that man roars. Close to 100 people from also came out from the tent, while Lang Yulan fiercely pulled out that big sword on her back with a cold shout, single-handedly clasping the domineering giant sword. She appeared even more valiant and fierce, even more wild. White-haired demoness, you again! That man just finished his sentence before Lang Yulan's figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she appeared tens of zhang beyond, with both hands holding that sword, fiercely cleaved towards that man. Cold qi burst out and suddenly covered the entrance. However, just after that cold qi appeared, a sudden rush of heat burst out, making people very uncomfortable. Most terrifying was the fusion of that hot and cold qi, which formed a very peculiar true qi, which made everyone present feel an indescribable uncomfortableness. That strike of Lang Yulan was extremely overbearing, however. That ruthless strike was blocked by a black broadsword. Yet an explosive sound burst out as a fissure suddenly appeared on that man's broadsword. Seeing this, Chun Xiang was completely dumbfounded. After the fusion of fire and ice true qi, the true qi actually became so terrifying. It was very difficult to imagine such a girl was actually capable of releasing such an overbearing true qi. Not to mention, after the true qi impact, a very fierce explosion was also produced. Lang Yulan's 4th level of the true martial realm strength was actually comparable with someone in the 5th level true martial realm who also belonged to the Devil Yang clan. Although she was holding a large sword, her sword techniques were very nimble and elegant. Whoever looking upon this scene had a strange feeling. Of course, her speed was also very terrifying. She suddenly disappeared again and reappeared behind that man, making it very hard to keep track of her movements. That man was able to reach the 5th level of the true martial realm. So, of course, he was not a vegetarian. Although he was suppressed by Lang Yulan, he was still able to resist her attacks. Lang Yulan's speed was very hard to follow, but he had a very rich true qi. He would always release a true qi S, H, I, plus ELD just at the right time to resist Lang Yulan's quick blows. This man has been waiting for those 2nd and 3rd level true martial realm martial artists to arrive. He originally believed he would be able to relax soon. However, after waiting for such a long time, they were still nowhere to be seen. Only 10 first-level true martial realm and a large group of mortal martial realm disciples rushed over. All of them were very weak. Just coming close to Lang Yulan's overbearing true qi would result in them being blown away. Chun Xiang realized Lang Yulan was extremely formidable and was devoid of any further worries. Without any further scruples, Chun Xiang pulled out the iron sword on his waist and arrived in front of that group of disciples after a few jumps. With schwa, schwa, schwa sounds, he waved the long sword in his hand, along with sword qi fluctuations. Endless sword shadows appeared as he poured a deep and terrifying true qi into the long sword, turning that ordinary sword into a divine weapon of slaughter. In a short span of time, numerous 10th level mortal martial realm disciples were beheaded. The true martial realm disciples noticed Chun Xiang was extremely formidable and immediately retreated. While battling with Lang Yulan, that man madly shouted a few names. Chun Xiang guessed those were people who had just died under his devil bow. No matter how that man shouted, no one else came out from the tents. During the battle, the tents were blown away from the qi waves. At this point, that man had to accept that all those people were already dead. This made him extremely furious. He fiercely slashed towards Lang Yulan in anger, but she easily dodged the attack, which made that man even more angry as well as extremely anxious. Chen Xiang had been surrounded by a group of disciples. All of them were 10th level mortal martial realm along with 1st level true martial realm martial artists. But in Chen Xiang's eyes they were nothing more than ants. Everyone together! A middle-aged man yelled. He had just taken a step forward when suddenly a golden light overflowed from Chen Xiang's arm. He quickly jabbed towards the large group, as a huge fist formed from golden true qi came across. Plussing towards them. A suffocating slaughter qi also suddenly appeared and enshrouded those people's heart, making them fall into a deadly fear. Chen Xiang punched out fist after fist, as intense qi waves burst out like storm and swept towards that group while ping off a thick layer of soil. As those fists struck those people, they were blasted completely into smithereens. Like billowing thunder, thunderous sound shook everything. It was extremely terrifying. The wall was already filled with people watching as they dumbfoundingly stared down at that sharp assault from a boy and a girl duo. Although the true Chi's attribute of both of them was different, they were equally overbearing and mighty, sweeping away all obstacles in their path. Piercing, blood-curdling screams echoed in the mountains, making everyone feel jittery. Chen Xiang's attacks were very vicious. Each punch was a white tiger divine fist filled with immense slaughter qi. Not only were those struck killed by the explosions, even those remnant qi waves caused many to become heavily injured. Was this the strength of a super strong martial artist? Those people standing on the walls looked at those terrifying and brutal punches from Chen Xiang in wonder. Each fist strike would cause the victim to vanish into a puff of smoke. This kind of strength made them all gasp with shock. At the same time, they were also secretly excited in their hearts because someone had finally come to rescue them. Chapter 208, Proud Sword Sect. Chapter 208, Proud Sword Sect. Those Devil Yang clan disciples suddenly felt they simply didn't deserve to be called Devil Sect disciples. In their eyes, Chen Xiang's existence was akin to Devil God. Many 10th level mortal martial realm disciples, with their pants in fear from the brutal punches coming from Chen Xiang. Now, the entrance outside the mine not only had the lingering smell of blood, there was also a belch of foul stench. Now, less than 30 disciples were left from the original pack of almost 100 people. These remaining few started fleeing in fear, while madly uttering piercing screams. Chen Xiang didn't attack them, yet those people still continued to let out sharp screams from fear. Seeing those people fleeing, Chen Xiang didn't chase them down. All the true martial realm martial artists had been killed by him. Only those 10th level mortal martial realm raw way. Regarding them, he was not a bit worried. He looked at faraway place that was transmitting tremors one after another. There, Lung Yulan had been fighting with the last remaining man. Chen Xiang had always been paying attention to their fight. It was unknown how many strikes Lung Yulan hacked out. Her attacks had always been either blocked or dodged by the other party. However, she was very tolerant and patient and had very rich battle experience. She knew she had to remain calm. Despite the vicious words that man cursed at her with, it was as if his words were nothing but the wind. Her strength was basically evenly matched with that man's. She didn't have any leeway to make any mistakes. Otherwise, she would lose the battle. An opportunity came. Lung Yulan suddenly saw that man was a little bit slower. That extremely little bit of difference allowed her to cut that man's arm as he let out a miserable howl. Taking advantage of that man roaring in pain, Lung Yulan hacked out another sword strike. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared and appeared behind that man. She thrusted her giant sword extremely swiftly. It appeared like a beam of light as it flew towards her opponent. That giant sword cold qi was closely followed by a release of hot qi, turning into a strange, unique type of true qi that emitted crackling sounds. This kind of true qi was poured into that big sword and thrusted into that man's body, appearing out the other end. Furthermore, it also produced a small explosion, blowing apart that man's upper body. As Lung Yulan waved her jade-like hands, a group of flames fell on that man's corpse, turning it into ash. Only at this point did she heave a sigh. While panting, she arrived in front of Qin Xiang. This made those people standing on the wall once again tremble with fear. A girl could actually brutally murder someone in such a cruel and merciless way. Qin Xiang took a handkerchief and wiped away the sweat on Lung Yulan's face. With a grin, he said, "Tyrannical princess, you truly don't fight like a girl." "Brother, I'm formidable, right? I killed a 5th-level true martial realm martial artist." Lung Yulan proudly smiled and said, "Not as much as I. If it was me, I would not have taken such a long time." Qin Xiang squeezed her face and smiled. "I don't believe you. Why don't we have a bout then?" Lung Yulan immediately retorted, as a glint appeared in her pretty eyes. Qin Xiang shook his head, then smiled and said, "Now is not the time. Things are still not finished." While speaking, he looked up towards those people standing on the wall, hugged Lung Yulan's waist, and took a light leap, jumping onto that around 20 zhang high wall. "Don't worry, I'm from the extreme martial sect. I want to see the person in charge here," Qin Xiang said while releasing Lung Yulan. Those people were still immersed in shock from the previous Ma's Saker. When Qin Xiang, the slaughtering G.O.D., suddenly leapt towards them, they were scared S.H.I. plus as they immediately retreated a few steps. Qin Xiang scooped out a medal from his pocket, which was the proof of an extreme martial sect disciple's ident. One tie. These people were skeptical about Qin Xiang being from the Proud Sword sect, but they didn't expect Qin Xiang would turn out to be from the extreme martial sect, or that the extreme martial sect had such a ruthless individual. "Hey, don't you know me? I helped you. Are you doubting me too?" Lung Yulan's stunning face turned completely ice cold. "Of course we recognize you, cold Demoness. We have long heard of your name," one guy hastily replied. Lung Yulan was indeed very famous here, because she would often come to Frozen Sword City to inquire about Qin Xiang. Also, Icewind Valley was close in proximity, and she would sometimes also do some good deeds on the way there and back. Plus, she had such dazzling white hair as well as stunning appearance. With thunder-like violence and wind-like swiftness, it would not be hard to imagine for her not to be this famous. Qin Xiang was currently in disguise. These people didn't recognize him, and he too didn't reveal his name. He feared if he revealed his whereabouts, he would provoke unnecessary trouble. Qin Xiang and Lung Yulan followed a man, and from a cave entered the mine. Inside there were many tunnels, which could also play a protective role. Qin Xiang and Lung Yulan arrived at a very bright stone room where they saw a middle-aged with pale complexion. With one glance, anyone could tell he was injured. "Dan Yuan?" Qin Xiang asked, as that middle-aged man nodded his head in response. Prior to coming here, Qin Xiang had already learned from Elder Tan that the protector of the mine was a 5th-level true martial realm martial artist called Dan Yuan. However, now that he was injured, Qin Xiang took out a box with the white jade Dan and handed it over to help Dan Yuan recover. Dan Yuan gratefully said, "I just heard some commotion. Outside it seems a fight occurred. What happened?" Dan Yuan recognized Lung Yulan. Furthermore, he had already asked the extreme martial sect for help. He knew that someone had arrived to help them. Qin Xiang replied, "The matter is resolved, but I can't guarantee no one will come again. This matter should be the work of the Devil Yang clan and the Proud Sword sect colluding with each other. I need to inform the inner sect elder and ask them to send more people to resolve this issue." Suddenly a man ran in and said, "Boss Yuan, disciples from the Proud Sword sect have arrived outside. They say they want to talk with you." Dan Yuan was slightly surprised for a moment before speaking, "We'll go out." In his eyes, Qin Xiang was even stronger than him. Otherwise he would not be able to get rid of all those Devil Yang clan disciples. Is the Proud Sword sect people intending to interfere in this matter? Qin Xiang asked. Actually, no. As a matter of fact, the Proud Sword sect is in chaos from infighting. They don't have any spare time to manage others. However, one of the leaders of the Proud Sword sect is in collusion with the Devil Yang clan. They have no choice but to come. Although the Proud Sword sect is proud, they don't want to carry the blame of being in collusion with the Devil sect. Leng Yulan replied. Chun Xiang and others arrived in a relatively simple hall inside the cave. They saw several people with swords slung around their waists. With their scabbards was covered in gems S.H.I. plus Ning with a dazzling aura, dressed in gorgeous clothes, with faces full of arrogance. All of them in teens, with just one glance, it was evident they were all Proud Sword sect disciples. Dan Yuan, we meet again, a young man dismissively said. Seeing Dan Yuan arrive, the young man didn't even stand up and just remained sitting there with an extremely arrogant air. Seeing this, Qin Xiang and Leng Yulan were very unhappy. Dan Yuan was also somewhat annoyed, but he often dealt with the Proud Sword sect disciples, so he had long become accustomed to it. Leng Yulan! That young man suddenly saw the white-haired beauty behind Dan Yuan, and could not help but exclaim, Gan Jujian, what are you doing here? Leng Yulan coldly replied with a cold look. It was crystal clear she held a very offensive stance against this young man, called Gan Jujian. Chun Xiang sized up that Gan Jujian, although he was handsome, his level arrogance would make others find him disgusting. Gan Jujian didn't pay any attention to Chun Xiang because he currently looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Currently, all of Gan Jujian's attention was on Leng Yulan's body. The other 4 Proud Sword sect disciples were also doing the same. Although the hall was simple, it was still brightly lit. It was not hard to see Leng Yulan was very unhappy. She didn't like anyone looking at her so unscrupulously. Of course, Chun Xiang was an exception, worthy of the famous heroine's reputation. You managed to deal with more than 100 Devil Yang clan disciples, Gan Jujian said. A sliver of surprise flashed through his eyes. All of them believed that it was all because of Leng Yulan. Gan Jujian, did you just come here just to speak bulls? Hi plus T? I find you disgusting now that you are finished with S. Hi plus T, get out! Leng Yulan didn't give any face to Gan Jujian and loudly shouted. This made Chun Xiang secretly laugh. Leng Yulan's acting style was very bold. Even in her speech, she was extremely rude. Gan Jujian was shocked for a moment. His complexion became very ugly. Afterwards, he looked at Dan Yuan and said, Dan Yuan, I'm also not going to be long-winded. Although Leng Yulan helped you divert this crisis, the Devil Yang clan had still not laid down their weapons. As long as you are willing to share this mine together with us, we, the Proud Sword sect, will guarantee your safety. Chapter 209, Tai exposed. Chapter 209, 1. Tai exposed Qin Xiang, and the others immediately frowned. The Proud Sword sect gave them a bare-naked threat. Just as Dan Yuan was about to refuse, he heard Chun Xiang coldly shout, Absolutely not! Gan Jujian looked at Qin Xiang and sneered. Where did this Minan come from? Can't you see we're talking? Who allowed this kind of lowly guy to interrupt? Gan Jujian just spoke till here before his complexion underwent a rapid change. Qin Xiang had suddenly disappeared. Although Gan Jujian's response was pretty quick, he was still slow by a beat, and a gust of wind flew past him as everyone clearly heard the sound of a sharp slap, followed almost instantly by another. Qin Xiang had just ruthlessly slapped and then backhanded Gan Jujian. Gan Jujian's cheeks were numb from the pain as he flew out of the chair, while blood appeared from the corner of his mouth. Qin Xiang started off with a very heavy hand. You. Gan Jujian was speechless. In the blink of an eye, someone had given him 2 slaps in the face. If his opponent wished, he could cut off his head instead in the blink of an eye. This kind of strength was beyond his by an extremely large margin. I'll fight to the death with you. Our Proud Sword sect disciples absolutely cannot be insulted. Gan Jujian suddenly retreated a few steps. His face was BRIMMING with anger. At this point, he slowly pulled out a long sword S.H.I. plus Ning in cold light from that dazzling scabbard. Once the sword was out of the scabbard, slaughter chi suddenly filled that small hall, making everyone extremely scared. Proud blood sword, ranked first in 7th level spirit weapons. Lung Yulan exclaimed as she hurried to Qin Xiang's side. Gan Jiujin saw Lung Yulan and Qin Xiang acting pretty intimate and became even more angry. Gan Jiujin sneered and said, "Let's finish this one and for all." 4th level true martial realm. Qin Xiang coldly said, "Correct? I'm in 4th level of the true martial realm, and only 25 years old this year." Gan Jiujin proudly replied, "Yulan, you step back, I'll take on this guy. Let him know that there's always someone better than you." Qin Xiang raised the corner of his mouth as a smirk appeared on his face. "Humph," Gan Jiujin snorted. "I admit you're somewhat better than me, but if I use this sword, you'll definitely be defeated." Lung Yulan was a little worried. However, she still withdrew. In this small hall, there were a lot of people present. All of them were secretly curious why Lung Yulan from Icewind Valley had such an intimate relations with someone from the extreme martial sect, considering the distance between the two. Gan Jiujin brandished his sword and took a step forward, arriving in front of Qin Xiang. The proud blood sword in Gan Jiujin's hand released a piercing slaughter chi as it flew down like a thunderbolt towards Qin Xiang. The instant the electric light shone, with scattering sparks, everyone only heard Qin Xiang utter a contemptuous sneer before the sudden appearance of an azure aura that sculled across that proud blood sword S.H.I. plus Ning with a cold light. Dang! With a brittle sound, the proud blood sword split in two to everyone's shock. At the same time, a true chi filled with majesty enshrouded the little hall. A golden aura burst out from Qin Xiang's left fist, and an even more overbearing and terrifying chi aura burst out. Qin Xiang's left fist was like a golden dragon, strict and solemn, with a soaring, dominating aura. Dragon Aura Fist. Qin Xiang once again casted the dragon martial technique. Although this kind of dragon martial technique was a low-rank one in the eyes of his teacher, Huang Jitian, it was still extremely overbearing. After Qin Xiang broke Gan Jiujin's pride, the proud blood sword with a blade strike, he instantly jabbed a Dragon Aura Fist towards Gan Jiujin. Once the Dragon Aura Fist was released, it was like a mad dragon roaring at the heavens. It was extremely frightening. It shone with an imposing aura, which made those onlookers drown in fear. Puff! Blood sprayed out from Gan Jiujin's mouth like an arrow as the violent fist struck on his body. He suddenly shot back, heavily colliding with the stone wall behind him, creating a human crater. The proud blood sword was cut apart while it wasn't even clear whether the victim of Qin Xiang's punch was alive or dead. Qin Xiang's strength deeply shocked those disciples from the proud sword sect. Lang Yulan's pretty eyes were also wide open from shock. In surprise, she looked at that tall figure of Qin Xiang. She had always been conceited about her own strength compared with Qin Xiang's, but now she realized there was still some distance between her and her brother. At least she could not so casually defeat the most youngest genius of the proud sword sect. You are Qin Xiang? Gan Jiujin laid on the ground while constantly spewing blood, and with a look of dismay, stared at the domineering and mighty azure dragon slaughtering devil blade in Qin Xiang's hand. The threatening azure dragon on the blade's body made him breathless with fear. A moment ago, he felt as if he was attacked by an angry dragon. This guy turned out to be Qin Xiang. Not only were the disciples of the proud sword sect alarmed, even those people from the extreme martial sect were extremely surprised. All of them had a shocked and respectful expression in their eyes as they looked at Qin Xiang. Your intelligence is not bad, but you have too little practical experience. Too impetuous and far too proud. Your sect is also the same, and because of that it's fading away. Take this and leave the next time I see you, I hope you'll bring along someone with some ability. Chun Xiang threw a box with white jade Dan to Gan Jujin. Chun Xiang was recognized as the youngest expert of the extreme martial sect. While only in his early 20s, he had done a lot of earth-shattering things. Many forces had offered a tremendous reward for him. To be exact, a total of 10 million crystal stones. Not to mention, he was also a level 4 alchemist. The proud sword sect disciples mainly use swords, and if they didn't have their swords, they would be significantly weaker. That's why after Chen Xiang broke Gan Jiujin's sword, he was completely spiritless, and taking advantage of that moment, Chen Xiang blasted a fist, heavily wounding Gan Jujin. However, when Chen Xiang attacked, he still had a sense of proportion. Otherwise, Gang Jujin would already been crippled. Go back and tell your proud sword sect's higher executives to never threaten our extreme martial sect again. My extreme martial sect isn't afraid to break relations with another sect, and if you don't want my extreme martial sect to intervene in your proud sword sect internal conflicts, get rid of that northern guy who's colluding with the devil sect as soon as is possible. Chun Xiang coldly said. It looked as if he was same as a top official from the extreme martial sect, whether his imposing manner or his tone. All were very much like those top figures. That was natural, after all. He was the young martial uncle of the 3 Taik. Oh, an S of the extreme martial sect. He would frequently put on airs in front of those Taik. An S, although he did so in secret. Gan Jiujin crushed that white jade Dan box that Chen Xiang had offered. Gan Jujin clenched his teeth and said, Chen Xiang, I, Gan Jujin, will not rest until you're dead. Let's go. The proud sword sect disciples supported Gan Jujin, picked up that fragmented sword and hastily left. Humph, he doesn't know what's good for him. Lung Yulan lightly snorted and said. Afterwards, she looked at the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade in Chun Xiang's hand. That giant blade was Chun Xiang's signature weapon. It was known to be more formidable than any spirit weapon. Brother, your blade is very formidable. Can you let me take a look? Lung Yulan curiously asked. It was a brilliant level equipment that was rare commodity even for the extreme state martial artists. Chun Xiang chuckled and handed the blade over. As soon as Lung Yulan grabbed the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade, she suddenly let out a tender shout. She almost could not keep it from falling down onto the ground because it was too heavy. In Chun Xiang's hands, it was tens of thousands of jin in weight, while in anyone else's, it was even more heavy, at least hundreds of thousands of jin. Lung Yulan still could not raise the blade, and after looking at it for a while, she handed it back to Chen Xiang. She knew he often used this blade to kill every enemy around him. Such a heavy equipment was actually used so nimbly by Chen Xiang. This made Lung Yulan secretly admire him even more. Dan Yuan and others were completely speechless. Just a moment ago, they heard Lung Yulan call Chen Xiang brother, and soon realized Chen Xiang and Lung Yulan were sworn brother and sister. What made them more surprised was the fact that these pair of sworn siblings were both equally abnormal. At such a young age, their strength alone was shocking enough. Senior brother Dan, the extreme martial sect cannot show any weakness. The dean will definitely not blame me for the way I acted a moment ago. Wait for me to go back. I'll make the sect send more people. Chun Xiang said. Chapter 210, White Dragon Blood. Chapter 210, White Dragon Blood. Dan Yuan felt extremely ashamed. He was a 5th level true martial realm martial artist. However, he was still in awe from Chun Xiang's strength. Dan Yuan now understood why Chun Xiang had stirred up so much trouble and was a center of mayhem. All 10 million crystal stones were offered because of him being so unscrupulous. Junior brother, I know this. The proud sword sect are a bunch of softies. Although they are extremely proud, they only know how to boast. Dan Yuan said he had been staying here for many years. In regards to proud sword sect, he had deep understanding. After dealing with the Devil Yang clan, Chen Xiang didn't immediately leave. He was still waiting for Dan Yuan to recover. only then he would leave. This would thwart the mind from being attacked again. Although they were living in a cave, Lung Yulan didn't mind at all. She had a strong ability to survive alone, which was partially why she didn't detest such an environment like other girls. Not to mention, she would be able to stick around her brother all day. This was what made her the most happy. Brother, the fruit you gave me is truly formidable. I haven't finished refining it yet. Lung Yulan was lying in Chen Xiang's arms. She extremely liked this comfortable feeling. Chen Xiang also liked cuddling her and stroking her soft, beautiful white hair. Chen Xiang laughed and said, "You being able to refine in such a way is even more formidable." "Oh, that's right. Yulan, do you want to know how I taught a lesson to that crown prince after you left?" "I do," Lung Yulan excitedly replied. Although she had heard a little bit regarding the secular world, the information wasn't that detailed. Chen Xiang very patiently narrated the shocking things he had done after Lung Yulan left. He believed that as an elder brother he must erect a tall and powerful image in his sister's eyes. This would also help avoid Lung Yulan always thinking she was stronger than him. The talk went on till night, and Lung Yulan still didn't leave. Chen Xiang laid on the bed with her arm around him. She had a sweet smile while listening Chen Xiang's bragging. As time went by, Lung Yulan eventually fell asleep beside Chen Xiang. Seeing that sweet smile on Lung Yulan, Chen Xiang quietly gave her a kiss on her cheek. "My dear brother, from the start you received her as you sister with evil intentions." Su Meiyao tenderly spat. Bai Yuyu's cold scoldings followed right after. "Go away, don't let your thoughts wander." Chen Xiang said, "TCH, you're embracing her while lying on a bed, and you don't want others' thoughts wander in wrong direction." Su Meiyao clicked her tongue and retorted, "Exactly, you are so close to a girl in the same bed. It is truly despicable, humph." Bai Yuyu coldly snorted. Chen Xiang mischievously smiled and said, "You two are just jealous. Every day you look at me bathing and I've not said a word. Now that I'm together with my sworn sister, why are scolding me for nothing? Who looks at you?" Su Meiyao shyly retorted. However, her voice was very low, and Bai Yuyu also stopped speaking. Chen Xiang mischievously laughed. "You've seen me without clothes, and I've also seen you naked. It's almost like we are in a relations. HI plus P, right? Hey, hey! I don't want other people's thoughts to wander in wrong way. Especially you. You've peeped upon me when I'm naked hundreds upon thousands of times." Humph! Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu both tenderly snorted at the same time. When it came to this point, they could not wait to find a hole and hide their heads. Originally, they didn't intend to let Chen Xiang know they had been peeping on him. Who could expect that woke up Chen Xiang at last moment and overheard their conversation? Only through this stroke of luck was he able to learn their shameful matter. Chen Xiang started proudly laughing. "Chen Xiang, I too have frequently seen you bathing. You don't look good at all, and neither do you have the same attractiveness as when the two sisters are changing clothes." Long Shui interrupted. This made Chen Xiang's complexion suddenly turned green. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were both even more speechless. They obviously knew Long Shui's divine sense was extremely strong. It had even been able to penetrate inside the ring and see them after all. Although they were seen by a little girl, in their heart they were more or less somewhat uncomfortable. Truly proximity to pitch makes you black. Sister Meiyao, Sister Yu, look what you've done. You've even taught bad things to this little girl. Chen Xiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. TLN, different environments provide different influence. Long Shui laughed and said, "Chen Xiang, I want to touch your sister's white hair, can I?" Regarding Lung Yulan having such bizarre white hair, Chen Xiang had no explanation. Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu also had none. "Okay, you better not let her see you," Chen Xiang said. "What if she sees me? I'm so cute I won't frighten her." Long Shui tenderly snorted before a white light rushed out from Chen Xiang's arm. Once the white light faded, Long Shui, this tender and cute little girl, appeared beside the bed. Anyone who saw her would think of her as nothing more than an adorable and pure little girl. That impression was further solidified with her being garbed in a pure white dress. Chun Xiang immediately extended his hand over and ruthlessly pinched her face. With a wide grin on his face, he said, "Little girl, you should come out more and let me pinch you. Otherwise, these cute little cheeks of yours would exist in vain." Long Shui glared at Chun Xiang with an aggrieved look on her adorable face. With her jade-like hands, she slapped Chun Xiang's hands away. Afterwards, like a child had seen her favorite toy, she very fondly stroked Ling Yulan's white hair. Long Shui was acting like it was her most beloved doll. Chun Xiang was secretly astonished upon seeing this. He didn't expect Long Shui, who only appeared to like eating and being naughty, to also like stroking the hair of beautiful girls. "Little dragoness, why are you so fascinated with stroking her hair?" Chun Xiang ruthlessly pinched her cute little cheeks, which made her jabber a series of curses. Long Shui suddenly turned into a white flash before reappearing once again. This way, she broke free from Chun Xiang's grasp. Her little cheeks had already turned red. "How can you bully a little girl, you scoundrel?" Long Shui tenderly cursed. "Little dragoness, you've caused me so much trouble. I'm already being lenient, or else I would have spanked your little S until it was swollen." Chun Xiang said with a pleasant smile on his face, "Humph, are you willing to spank me? I know you can't bear to beat me." Long Shui stuck out her tongue towards him, and then once again vivaciously went over to Ling Yulan to stroke her snow-white hair. Ling Yulan was sound asleep. In these past 2 months, she had kept her nerves taut while living alone deep in the forest. Only today, when she laid down beside Chun Xiang, was she able to fully relax and sleep soundly. Long Shui whispered, "She truly has inherited the white dragon's blood. She's from the same vein as me." Her words gave a pretty big shock to Chun Xiang, Su Meiyao, and Bai Yu. In Ling Yulan's veins, there was actually dragon blood flowing. What did it mean? Could it be that either her mother or her father was a dragon? Was one of her parents a dragon? Chun Xiang asked. A human and dragon marrying one another and giving birth was only heard of in legends. Long Shui shook her head and said, "I don't know, the white dragon blood in her body is very, very thin. It should be from one of her ancestors, probably from a very long time ago. At the time when she was born, that thin white dragon blood might have been expressed itself in her head, which is why she has this kind of soft white hair." While speaking, Long Shui took out a pair of scissors from Ji. D knows where. She grabbed a few strands of Ling Yulan's white hair and tried to cut them off. Chun Xiang didn't stop Long Shui, but very soon a strange scene appeared before his eyes. Long Shui was actually not able to cut off those strands of white hair. That's confirmed it. She definitely has inherited blood from the same vein as me. Although the white dragon blood in her is thin, as her strength elevates, it will also grow slowly. She would need to absorb a lot of power, but at that time she possessed strong body similar to that of a dragon. Long Shui kissed the beautiful cheek of Ling Yulan before transforming into a white flash and returning to Chun Xiang's arm. Although dragons were born without a body and just spirit, there was still a very minuscule small amount of dragon blood inside their spirits. It would be like mist that filled spirit. Through hereditary memories, the spirit would then start taking in a large amount of spirit chi to create a body that was strong enough for the dragonling to break there as a ELL. That was what Long Shui once informed to Chun Xiang. Chapter 211, Emperor Crystal. Chapter 211. Emperor Crystal. Chun Xiang stroked Ling Yulan's white hair and marveled over and over in his heart. He didn't expect his own sworn sister to actually possess dragon blood. "Chun Xiang, when I came out, I sensed something good deep within the mine." Long Shui grinned. Anything Long Shui labeled as good should definitely be something extraordinary. Chun Xiang hastily asked, "Do you want me to find it, Long Shui said with a smug smile. If you want to get it, you at least need to dig 100 or so zhong. Even then, that does not necessarily mean you'll be able to find it. What is it? Chunxiang once again asked. After all, this was just a mine beside the crystal stones. What could possibly be here? Emperor Crystal. Bai Yuyu and Su Meiyao both said in unison. After Chunxiang heard these two words, he literally jumped from shock. The Emperor Crystal was a very special and rare sentient object that had been bred in a vein and was extremely elusive. Even in legends, it has only appeared twice, and its whereabouts were completely unknown until now. The Emperor Crystal's usage mainly lied in the fact that it specialized in determining the location of ores required for making spirit weapons. If one had the Emperor Crystal in their possession, they would easily be able to find crystal stone veins or various other ores deposits. This ability was something that transcended logical reason. It was heaven-defying. Quickly, fetch it! Chunxiang hastily shouted. He knew Long Shui, this little dragoness, definitely had a way to get it. Only if you give me a building foundation, Dan. Long Shui mischievously laughed. No problem. If it is really the Emperor Crystal, I'll not only give you a building foundation, Dan, I'll also add 50 true elemental dawn. Chunxiang very readily agreed. If he had the Emperor Crystal, it would allow him to find some rare ores without a doubt. Considering everything, those would definitely be good to help refine equipment. Long Shui transformed into a white flash and drilled straight into the earth. Seeing this, Chunxiang secretly clicked his tongue. At the same time, something came up in his mind. Sister Meiyao, if this little dragon can steal things, wouldn't that be great? From now on, I need to treat this little girl a bit better. I need to keep her firmly around me. She is a true treasure. Prior to coming here, Chunxiang had been planned to go to the Herb King Mountain. However, he still couldn't think of any way to make the Lu family bleed. However, if he allowed Long Shui to loot the Herb King Mountain now, not only would he earn big time, he would also be able to make most of Lu family cough up blood. Long Shui was simply a greedy person, which was the easiest kind of people to deal with. Chunxiang just had to give her some spirit fruits or some building foundation dawn from time to time, and he could make her dead set on following you around. Chunxiang also secretly thought so. Chunxiang waited for a long time. Soon dawn had arrived. Only then did Long Shui emerge from the ground, holding an exquisitely carved, peach-sized crystal. Indeed, this is the Emperor Crystal. Chunxiang said in surprise, before he readily threw a storage pouch to Long Shui. As her divine sense seeped into the storage pouch, she found 2 building foundation dawn and 100 true elemental dawn inside. She was suddenly extremely happy and quickly handed the Emperor Crystal over to Chunxiang, and then ate those dawn with extreme relish. For once, she found Chunxiang very handsome. He was so generous that he even gave her twice the promised reward. Spirit-grade equipments, brilliant-grade equipments, these are magical equipment refined by humans. However, this Emperor Crystal was naturally made by this world. Ordinarily, such things are referred to as a spirit treasure. With such a mystical usage, this Emperor Crystal is definitely a spirit treasure. You need to pour some of your blood on it. Su Meiyao explained. As Chunxiang's blood fell on the clear Emperor Crystal, it slightly shook and emitted a soft aura. He suddenly felt some kind of mysterious connection with the Emperor Crystal, along with a strange sensation that seemed to come out of nowhere. As he closed his eyes, he could see large pieces of clear crystal stones around him, as if he was standing in the middle of an ocean. The crystal stone mine seemed to be all around him. With the help of Emperor Crystal, he could actually clearly see every piece of or around him. Chunxiang was excited and extremely happy in his heart. Now that he possessed the Emperor Crystal, not only would he be able to see these hidden crystal stone veins, he could also see ores that could be used for refining equipment. This Emperor Crystal had endless magical effects. This crystal stone mine is really big. Chunxiang grabbed that Emperor Crystal and closed his eyes. Once again, Seas of crystal stones appeared around him. These crystal stones not only had a large amount of spirit chi inside, it was also the currency in circulation in the martial world. There were many other usages as well. Qin Xiang had been cautious as not to awake Ling Yulan. These past 2 months she had been very tired, now only was she able to sleep like a baby. Besides, she was also refining the earth core divine fruit's energy, which made her sink into an even deeper sleep. Although Long Shuai was gluttonous, she had just eaten a building foundation dan and 10 true elemental dawn. When Qin Xiang saw her release a small cute burp, he whispered, "Little dragon, why didn't you stay underground for a little longer? Wouldn't it be even more easier to get those crystal stone?" "Of course I can, but I can't eat those things. That being said, they're still good stuff." Long Shuai replied with some irritation. Qin Xiang lightly caressed her cheeks, smiled, and said, "You can't eat them, but they can be exchanged for many other things that you can. You little dolt, why do always act like an idiot? Go grab some of them, and I'll help you exchange them for some things to eat." Long Shuai shook her head and said, "These crystal stones are scattered all around the place. Even after spending a lot of time, I can only fetch a little bit of it, completely not efficient." Qin Xiang said, "Only grab high-quality crystal stones. I'll guide you. Specifically grab the top-grade crystal stone." Top-grade and high-grade crystal stones were not in circulation because they were very rare. Generally, they were used in formations and arrays as their quant. 1. Tai was very small, however, the spirit chi in them was in an extremely large quant. 1. Tai, not to mention they were also worth a lot. A high-grade crystal stone could be exchanged for 100 middle-grade crystal stones, while a top-grade one for 10,000 middle-grade crystal stones. The top-grade crystal stone was generally deep inside the vein and in a very meager amount. Even if one had the vein, the chance of finding it was extremely minuscule. However, with the help of the Emperor Crystal, Qin Xiang was clearly able to see there was a relatively large top-grade crystal stone in this vein. Good. Long Shuai promised, and Qin Xiang immediately described her the location in detail and made her dive down towards it. This place was already very deep, yet the crystal stones here were very little. Qin Xiang guessed that the energy had all been absorbed by the top-grade crystal stone. After 1 hour or so, Pa said, Long Shuai finally came back. Long Shuai took out a column like stone glittering in white light from her storage equipment. This was the top-grade crystal stone, with an incomparably rich spirit chi. This chunk of top-grade crystal stone was as big as someone's thigh. Qin Xiang hastily grabbed it and stored it inside his storage pouch. Afterwards, he once again gave a building foundation dan to Long Shuai, making this little girl so extremely happy her mouth was bent with smile. Qin Xiang estimated this top-grade crystal could be cut into more than 1,000 regular pieces. In short, this single was actually equivalent to 10 million crystal stones. He had once again earned a great fortune. Qin Xiang laid on the bed until noon. Lung Yulan remained beside him, still wrapped around his waist and fast asleep. Qin Xiang didn't want to wake her up, so continued to stay still. A cold chi suddenly disturbed them, as Lung Yulan was fiercely awakened. She saw Qin Xiang beside her, and immediately thought of herself sleeping with Qin Xiang for an entire night. She could not help but blush in shame. "Brother." Lung Yulan had not even finished her sentence before Qin Xiang said in a serious tone, "Someone's here, and this person is very strong. This cold chi is actually so frightening." Lung Yulan giggled. "Brother, you do not need to be afraid. It's my dean." From Xianxia World. Chapter 212. Dual Ident. Tai. Chapter 212. Dual Ident. 1. Tai Lung Yulan tidied up her dress, then put on that red armor of hers. While thinking of last night when she was wearing so little and went to sleep with Qin Xiang, she slightly lowered her head as her whole face turned red. She didn't dare to look at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang originally thought the dean of the Icewind Valley was mysterious like the dean of Danxiang Taoyuan. She would never appear in public. However, contrary to his expectations, the dean actually came here in person, and this caused him and Leng Yulan to both be somewhat surprised. In the end, why did your dean come here? Qin Xiang left the room, following Leng Yulan. At this point, he suddenly felt a little cold, because the dean continued to release an oppressive cold qi. These powerful figures enjoy acting like this. Not only would this act as showing off, it would also scare others, not to mention it could also play a deterrent role. Through several pa'es, sages, Qin Xiang and the others arrived in a hall. Dan Yuan and the other 2 true martial realm disciples were also here. Their body was slightly trembling. The walls of this hall were completely covered in frost, and in the seat of honor was a female wearing a black robe, her face covered in white muslin. Although she was wearing a gown, it still could not hide her graceful figure. This female was exactly the dean of the Icewind Valley. Seeing the dean, Qin Xiang was even more determined that this dean and Elder Dan were same. They definitely had some kind of secret which they can't allow others to know. Otherwise, they would not obscure even their eyes with white light. Although he could not see the dean's eyes, Qin Xiang was pretty sure the dean was staring at him. This made him feel scared. Are you Qin Xiang? Not bad. The dean's voice was devoid of any emotions, cold as ice. Anyone who heard it would feel completely scared. If the dean appeared at night, even if she didn't release that oppressive cold qi, she could still scare anyone to death. Dan Yuan and the others were all standing. They didn't dare to sit. The Icewind Valley's dean suddenly appeared, and even in their dreams, they have not thought of this. However, it also put them at ease. They reckoned that the Icewind Valley's dean would definitely act and intervene in the matter. Qin Xiang was just about to salute, however, he suddenly heard Long Xue's exclaim, "Isn't this Sister Menger? It must be her, I'm not mistaken. If you don't believe me, you simply have to touch her body. She is fused with the vermilion bird tender thread. That is the vermilion bird divine weapon you have awakened, and it must still have some connection with you." Qin Xiang was petrified. The Icewind Valley's dean was actually the empress of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. Didn't the empress use fire? However, the Icewind Valley's dean has such a powerful ice-cold true qi. So to say, she knew that you might recognize her. That's why she intentionally released cold qi, in order to avoid you sensing the vermilion bird, tender thread. Su Meiyao was also extremely surprised. It seems that this woman is same as your sister. Both of them have the fire and ice vein, and from the cold qi she's releasing, she must have at least fire and ice heavenly vein. Bai Yu said, at the time when Leng Yulan went to the extreme martial sect, it was precisely Elder Dan who handed over Leng Yulan to the Icewind Valley's dean. From this, it was clear that both of them had pretty good relations. She is the empress of the divine weapon Heavenly Empire, and at the same time, she is also the mysterious dean of the Icewind Valley. This woman is marvelous. Su Meiyao exclaimed. Qin Xiang's state of mind, although it was like a turbulent sea, there was still no change in his expression as he politely said, "Brat Qin Xiang respectfully greets the dean." No need to be overly courteous. The dean coldly said, seeing her being so pretentious. Qin Xiang secretly had a good laugh in his heart. He very much wanted to see what kind of expression would she have when he exposed her. At this moment, the dean stood up and came in front of Qin Xiang and coldly asked, "Why do you have so much scent on you? This is Yulan's. Were you last night together?" Qin Xiang and Leng Yulan's were suddenly petrified. Dan Yuan and others could not help but be startled. However, they were very soon at ease. Leng Yulan and Qin Xiang were a perfect match, and although Qin Xiang had received her as a sworn sister at the surface, this kind of means were fairly common, and everyone's thoughts could not help but wander. Leng Yulan was completely embarrassed. Said, the blush on her face reached up to her ears, and now she didn't have that previous domineering bearing. She was truly acting like a girl. Qin Xiang knew that the dean was Lu Menger. That was why he was currently extremely calm. He slightly smiled and said, Last night, she and I slept together. We have not seen each other for many years. While chatting with her, we fell asleep. We are brother and sisters. There is no problem. Humph, what's next? Qinxiang, I would like to have a good talk with you alone. The dean angrily shouted. From her body, a slaughter qi broke out. However, what made her even more surprised was that Qinxiang was still composed. There was not even a single trace of fear on his face. She could not help but admire Qinxiang's state of mind. Dean, we really didn't do anything these past 2 months. You don't need to speak anymore. Wait here for me. Qinxiang, along with the dean, came to a stone room. In his heart, he was elated. Although he didn't know why the dean sought him alone to talk, he could expose her here without any scruples. With both hands behind her back, the dean looked at some murals on the wall while Qinxiang stood behind her. Qinxiang, you have big guts. You actually dared to touch a disciple of my Icewind Valley, I advise you. She failed to continue her speech as Qinxiang suddenly interrupted her. With a mischievous laugh, Qinxiang said, Sister Menger, you have been well since our last meeting. The dean's tender body suddenly trembled. However, she suddenly got angry as she shouted, What are you saying? Don't interrupt me. Suddenly, Long Shui posed as Qinxiang and spoke with a sinister laughter. Sister Menger, I've already seen the snow-white rabbits on your chest. You don't need to pretend anymore. Qinxiang's words once again made the dean's body quiver. She turned around and tenderly shouted, Don't ever speak of this again, and you're not allowed to talk about this with others. Qinxiang didn't expect Long Shui to actually be so vicious. She directly poked Lu Menger's sore spot. However, he also didn't blame Long Shui. Hey, however, I felt Elder Dan's rabbits were a little bigger than yours, a bit whiter too. Qinxiang continued to laugh, and Lu Menger, who was putting on airs just a moment ago, was now completely speechless. Lu Menger softly harumphed as she took her muslin off, revealing her elegant and peerless face. Looking at her mature, tender, and beautiful face, Qinxiang couldn't help but start laughing in a mocking tone. Humph! Lu Menger stamped her foot and said in a tender voice, Elder Dan will never let you see her figure. How do you know hers are bigger than mine? Whiter than mine? Did she let you have a look? Previously, she was a dean capable of releasing an oppressive cold qi, but now she was like an angry little girl. She would only complete forfeit that aloof, like imposing manner and majestic aura of hers in front of Qinxiang. She indeed let me have a glance. Qinxiang sat on the chair with his legs crossed. A proud grin was written on his face. Lu Menger was exposed by Qinxiang, and in her heart, she was ashamed and furious. However, she also didn't have any way to grab a hold of Qinxiang. With a soft snort, she said, Nonsense, which woman would casually allow others to look? Look there! Qinxiang happily laughed and said, Sister Menger, didn't you let me have a look? At that time, I felt very shy. Lu Menger nibbled her lips and indignantly looked at Qinxiang as two charming blush surfaced on her cheeks. This different kind of fascinating beauty made Qinxiang praise over and over in his heart. Right? Sister Menger, you seem to be very much concerned about who has bigger and whiter rabbits. Qinxiang laughed even more happily, while on the other hand, Lu Menger tenderly snorted again and again in anger. Qinxiang, you know that I can use my true qi. If you bully me again, I will not let it slide. Lu Menger rebuked with a pout, looking extremely attractive, once again making Qinxiang absent-minded. Chapter 213. The Divine Weapon Sect and the Icewind Valley. Chapter 213. The Divine Weapon Sect and the Icewind Valley. Qinxiang scratched his head, laughed, and said, I'd like to take a look how you won't let me slide. While speaking, Qinxiang unscrupulously pointed at Lu Menger's voluptuous rabbits. Lu Menger angrily stomped her lotus-like foot and tenderly snorted. She indeed didn't have any way to grab a hold of Qinxiang. She found herself not being able to act ruthlessly against Qinxiang. She had lived for so long, and it was only now that she had encountered such a situation. Chun Xiang rubbed his chin and said, Sister Menger, aren't you just jealous? Actually, you are forbidding me to get close to Yulan. Hey, in the end, what is in your heart? You yourself don't have any good intentions. On the surface, you have taken her as your sister, but now you… Humph. Lu Menger softly said. Sister Menger, you're thinking too much. Qin Xiang laughed. Lu Menger sat on a chair beside Qin Xiang and seriously said, Yulan, this girl is very wild. If she follows you, the mess she will create will be no less than yours. She and you are very different. She needs to cultivate with calm heart, otherwise, in a few years, she will not be able to survive. In a few years? What is going to happen? Qin Xiang asked while pretending to be surprised. He had already guessed that it was about the great battle of the three realms. Indeed, Lu Menger spoke of the very same matter with a very solemn look, according to words Pa-S, said down by the founder of the Divine Weapon sect a long time ago. In a few years, a catastrophe will befall on the world. Currently, not only your extreme martial sect is doing preparation, all of the factions of the Qinu mainland are doing the same. Even those devil path sects are starting to TCH the resources. That's why don't bother Yulan. Her foundation is very good. In a few years, she will certainly have decent strength, and she will be able to survive under the catastrophe. Qin Xiang nodded his head as he took out 3 pieces of the earth core divine fruit and gave it to Lu Menger. After Lu Menger saw this, her pretty eyes suddenly glittered intermittently. She could see that these fruits were very valuable. 1 piece for you, 2 for Xian. Don't eat now. Wait till you go back before you eat it. Why only a piece for me? Unfair. Lu Menger said with a tender snort. Qin Xiang looked at Lu Menger's chest, mischievously laughed, and said, Xian is my wife. Of course I'm going to be biased. Besides, you're not even my girlfriend. The only reason I gave you 1 piece is completely because I've seen your beautiful rabbits, haha. Lu Menger's face turned red again as she said in a soft voice, I already said that you can't mention it again. While speaking, she stretched out her jade-like hands like a lightning bolt, knocked on Qin Xiang's head, striking it very lightly. But in her heart, she was quite reluctant to attack. After Lu Menger received the 3 pieces of the earth core divine fruit, Qin Xiang once again laughed and said, Don't steal and eat, I'll ask Xian. Don't you trust me? Lu Menger said with a soft snort, I'm your wife's teacher. You're being rude to me again and again. I haven't even said a word to you. Qin Xiang pursed his lips and retorted, After all the things I've done, am I still treated as an outsider? Didn't I help you turn that piece of ribbon on your chest into a divine weapon? Speaking of the vermilion bird, tender thread, Lu Menger indeed felt very grateful to Qin Xiang. It had now turned into her own divine weapon. Now that it was connected with her blood and flesh, she felt a lot stronger now. Qin Xiang asked, Sister Menger, what is your relation with Elder Dan? Why are you dressed up as the Icewind Valley's dean? I have nothing to do with her. From the ancient times, the Icewind Valley's dean has always been like this. It is also under the control of the Divine Weapon Sect's dean. I've changed the Divine Weapon Sect into the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire for better management, and it also allows me to have some time to stay in the Icewind Valley. Lu Menger replied, now that Qin Xiang have seen through her. She no longer kept her facade. For Qin Xiang, she had a kind of indescribable trust. Perhaps it was because she knew Qin Xiang had a lot of secrets, and Qin Xiang was also the same. He too trusted Lu Menger. Aren't you tired of running back and forth? After knowing the secrets of the Divine Weapon Sect and the Icewind Valley, Qin Xiang was secretly shocked. There is an ancient teleportation array between the Icewind Valley and the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. It only needs some crystal stones to activate the array, and I can come and go in the blink of an eye to the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire. Don't even speak of this to anyone else. Lu Menger exhorted. I know. I'm starting to wonder if Elder Dan also has another ident. 1. Tai, maybe she is the dean of Danxiang Taoyuan. Chun Xiang rubbed his chin while pondering deeply. Lu Menjie frowned and said, I also have the very same suspicion. Honestly, the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan is as mysterious as my Icewind Valley's Dean Ident. One Tai. Last time I said my alchemy techniques are taught by the Danxiang Taoyuan's dean. She at that time was pretty certain I was not speaking the truth. Qin Xiang said, It seems that after I return, I have to ask her. Lu Menjie was slightly shocked, and after a while she asked, Your alchemy techniques, aren't they taught to you by Elder Dan? Qin Xiang smiled and said, Nope, it's someone else. This is my confidential secret. Humph, right, you seem to have pretty good relation with Elder Dan? Before you've said you've seen her. Lu Menjie, at this moment, couldn't speak any further. She suddenly found herself very intrigued about this matter. Fooled you, haha. Qin Xiang started laughing. Lu Menjie gritted her teeth and said, You quickly returned to the extreme martial sect. The Devil Path sect's guys will not sit still. Several big sects are squeezed in just one province. They're lacking resources, and in order to cope with the oncoming storm, they're now plundering the resources everywhere. The matter here, just leave it to me. And thanks a lot, Sister Menjie. Chun Xiang smiled and said. Lu Menjie angrily said, You yourself have said a moment ago that I shouldn't treat you as an outsider. The Devil Path sect and the Righteous sect might be in conflict, and you ought to be careful. Don't wander around. And from now on, you cannot take Yulan to wander everywhere. Don't just think about yourself. You have to think for her too. Also, don't go womanizing everywhere. You already have Yulan and Xian Xian. Aren't these two girls enough for you? In Lu Menjie's eyes, Lung Yulan had already become Chun Xiang's woman, even if their current relations, H.I. plus P, was that of brother and sister. Qin Xiang pursed his lips and said, Like this together with you now, doesn't it count as womanizing? Of course it doesn't. You stinking brat, is truly humph. Lu Menjie was speechless. As long as she was with Qin Xiang, her pace would always get swept, and she would always have to suffer a loss. Hey, Xian Xian and Yulan, although both are very close to me, I haven't seen their rabbits, but Sister Menjie. Ha. Chen Xiang finished speaking and quickly ran out of the stone room. He only heard Lu Menjie curse again and again. Lu Menjie hastily covered her face with the mask and chased Qin Xiang. She arrived behind Qin Xiang and twisted his arm for a while. Afterwards, she said in a low voice, Don't tell Yulan about my true ident. One Tai. TLN. Last time we used muslin on Lu Menjie's face. Actually, it should be mask. Sorry for the mistake. Give me a kiss, I'll promise you. Qin Xiang mischievously laughed and said, Smelly brat, one day I'll make you look good. Lu Menjie gritted her teeth and said, Arriving at the hall, Lung Yulan quickly walked beside Qin Xiang. After seeing the grin on Qin Xiang's face, she heaved a deep sigh. At this time, Lu Menjie once again released the cold qi, and compared to before, it was even colder. It was evident that she was angry. Yulan, quickly return to the Icewind Valley. There are important things to announce. Lu Menjie coldly said. Chapter 214, Ungrateful. Chapter 214. Ungrateful. I finally had the time to do the sponsored chapter, and I believe that I have almost covered all the chapters missed this month. This chapter is sponsored by Zeke, Tujin Lee, and Michael Liu. Thank for your support. Dean. Lung Yulan was somewhat reluctant. She came to Qin Xiang and said, Brother, it seems I can accompany you to wander the world. However, there will be opportunities. Qin Xiang touched those beautiful and soft white hair of hers and hugged her as he smiled and said, And you have to cultivate with all your efforts and elevate your strength. Next time we meet, I'll definitely test your strength. Lung Yulan nodded her head. At this moment, Qin Xiang moved his face closer to her cheeks and whispered in her ear, Yulan, if the dean dares to be violent to you, you just have to say rabbits, and she will definitely not dare to do anything to you. Rabbits. Lang Yulan felt doubtful. However, she still nodded her head. Lu Menger was a Nirvana realm martial artist, and obviously she heard what Qin Xiang spoke. Her tender body slightly trembled in anger. She secretly clenched her teeth. Xian Xian was her only disciple, and was also Qin Xiang's wife. Besides, Lang Yulan could also be counted as her disciple, although she was Qin Xiang's sworn sister. But now, looking at it closely, their relations. I plus P was not that simple. Leave the things here to me. I'm also friends with Gu Dongqin. This is just a little bit of work for me. Lu Menger said. Although she and Qin Xiang have only met for a very short while, Lang Yulan was still very happy. Although she was still somewhat reluctant to part, she was completely satisfied. With a sweet smile on her face, she followed Lu Menger and left. This made Lu Menger somewhat surprised. She knew Lang Yulan was usually cold dy overbearing and wild, but now it looks like she also had emotions like ordinary girls. At this moment, she couldn't help but think about the time she spent together with Qin Xiang. Wasn't also same? Thinking of the various things that happened with Qin Xiang, her face turned slightly red, and in her heart, complex feelings were roused. After Lu Menger left with Lang Yulan, Qin Xiang continued to stay here, waiting for Dan Yuan to completely recover. Only after that could he leave without qualms. After a few days, the Icewind Valley really sent someone, although there were only 20, but all of these 20 were in the true martial realm. After the mine was safe, Qin Xiang said goodbye to Dan Yuan and backtracked to the extreme martial sect. While Qin Xiang was flying, he was also thinking how to deal with Elder Tan's collusion with the Lu family and the Devil Path sect. He must get rid of this dangerous character. 6 days said Qin Xiang was currently in the Taoyuan province, flying within the clouds. Because he could not see the beautiful scenery below, he was extremely bored. Just as he wanted to fly lower for some time, a powerful qi suddenly shot into the sky, scattering a large number of clouds. This made him astonished. After paying close attention, he heard sounds of fighting, and to his surprise, someone was fighting below. Qin Xiang hid above the clouds and flew to a remote place. He landed on a high mountain and observed the ongoing battle, only to see many black-robed people besieging a team of white-robed people. Aren't they the disciples of the Danxiang Taoyuan? Are those black-robed people Devil Path martial artists? Qin Xiang said with uncertainty. He glided down from the top of that high mountain and took out a sword. Those black-robed people were holding bizarre weapons, and their true qi was also very bizarre and evil. After getting closer, Qin Xiang was certain that they were Devil Path martial artists. Not only were they attacking the disciples of Danxiang Taoyuan, there were also the true martial sects and the beast martial sect's disciples. The extreme martial sect always had very good relations with the Danxiang Taoyuan. They never had any kind of conflict. Obviously, Qin Xiang was going to save them since they were currently in a very unfavorable situation. They were surrounded by many Devil Path martial artists, and those Devil Path martial artists were stronger than them. There are actually 2/3 level of the true martial realm martial artists, and it seems the Devil Path disciples are really desperate. Qin Xiang took out the Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade. If he didn't use this divine blade, he could not easily resolve this. Besides, he also had to be wary of those true martial sects and the beast martial sect's disciples. As he poured the Azure Dragon true qi into the Azure Dragon, slaughtering Devil Blade, a suffocating aura suddenly flowed out. Qin Xiang brandished this domineering broadsword and rushed into the crowd, slashed down a blade strike, and drew an azure bright arc form, which emitted xiao-xiao sounds. This one strike instantly beheaded 10th level mortal martial realm martial artists. Qin Xiang immediately released a qi screen. This was the black tortoise Luo Tian cover. With this, he could have a very solid defense. Along with this invisible chi cover, those lacking in strength could not approach him. They would all feel as if they were subjected to the impact of tyrannical waves. The Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples, after seeing someone came to help, immediately discovered that the weapon their savior used was somewhat familiar to them. They realized that it was the treasured weapon used by Chen Xiang they had heard of, making them feel relieved. When Chen Xiang had arrived, he neatly and quickly beheaded tens of 10th-level mortal realm martial artists. Chen Xiang's slaughtering heart started beating, absorbing a large number of vicious qi and releasing an intense slaughter qi continuously at the same time, scaring the heart and guts of those devil path martial artists, as if they have encountered a devil god incarnate. Chen Xiang's blade was like a thunderbolt that madly danced, killing off those devil path martial artists as they suffered cruce. Plussing defeat, blasting them into pieces. In blink of an eye, only 2/3 level true martial realm devil path martial artists were left. Chen Xiang, our transforming bone clan will not let you off, a single-eyed man said while blasting a palm at the tall and thin young man beside him. The palm landed on that thin body with a frightening force, making the tall and thin young man flew towards Chen Xiang. While letting out aggrieved screams, his body turned into poisonous black water and spattered towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang just stepped sideways and dodged. He didn't expect that the devil path martial artist would actually be so ruthless, sacrificing his own companion to escape. That single-eyed man thought he could delay Chen Xiang for a while, which would allow him to quickly escape. However, before he could run too far, he suddenly felt a suffocating pressure engulfing his body from behind. Chen Xiang, while chasing that single-eyed man, waved the azure dragon, slaughtering devil blade. With a fierce blade strike chopping downwards, an explosive sound burst out, and that single-eyed man was smashed into pieces. The Danxiang Taiyuan's, the true martial sects, and the beast martial sects disciples, after seeing this, could not help but for. Just a few moments ago, they had fallen into a bitter struggle. If it continued to go on like that, they would have definitely been annihilated. However, they had not expected Chen Xiang to appear, and alone he had actually beheaded all those transforming Bone Clan's disciples. Is this the strength of the extreme martial sect youngest and strongest martial artist ever? Worth 10 million crystal stones. Chen Xiang! A Danxiang Taiyuan's disciple exclaimed. It sure looks like. Although his looks seem to be very different, that broadsword is exactly the one I saw on the wanted poster. Another man said. While the Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples were feeling grateful, the true marital sects and beast martial sects disciples were like bees' rus. Plussing ahead, holding their weapons with a greedy look. They believed that with so many people, they could certainly grab a hold of Chen Xiang, and at that time they could obtain the 10 million crystal stones along with the treasured blade in Chen Xiang's hand. Ungrateful guys, stop them! A Danxiang Taiyuan's middle-aged man shouted. Holding a long spear, he flew over and didn't hesitate to stab the true martial sect's disciples Rus. Plussing towards Chen Xiang to death. After seeing the skillful display of their leader, the Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples, one by one, also rushed and started fighting against the true martial sects and the beast martial sect's disciples. Danxiang Taiyuan Senior and Junior brothers, all of you come behind me. Chen Xiang shouted. He had a completely solemn and cold expression on his face. Just a moment ago, he had saved the true martial sects and the beast martial sect's disciples. But not only were they ungrateful, they dared to actually attack him. Chapter 215, Act First, Report Later. Chapter 215, Act First. Report later after the Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples heard Chen Xiang shout. They immediately flew over. Although they didn't know what Chen Xiang was planning to do, they could figure out he was very impatient from his voice. The true martial sects and the beast martial sect's disciples didn't know what to do after seeing Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples siding with Chen Xiang. Originally, They thought that the Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples would attack Qinxiang, just like them. Humph! Even if I saved a dog, that dog would be wagging its tail towards me. However, you lot don't even give a word of thanks, and even attack me. You're all worse than dogs. Qinxiang angrily cursed. So what? A true martial sect disciple who was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth shouted. He thought that with so many people on their side, they had already won. Besides, there were also several true martial realm disciples on their side. A sneer appeared on Qinxiang's face as raging flames burst out from his body. Afterwards, he flew over to the disciples of the two sects left in front of him. While he flew towards them, a pair of enormous vermilion bird fire wings appeared on his back. At this moment, the wings on Qinxiang's back was very similar to an actual vermilion bird's wings. While those fire wings grew larger and larger, he flew towards those two sects' disciples. In few seconds, Qinxiang ruthlessly struck that group like a large bird of prey. That group of disciples had no time to react before they were struck by the huge fire wings released by Qinxiang. After he pierced through the crowd, the ground was still aflame, long after those disciples had been entirely burned to ashes. This opened the outlook of the Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples. With just one charge, tens of disciples from two major sects were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. How absolutely frightening this strength was. It was not wrong to call Qinxiang the youngest and strongest martial artist in the history of the extreme martial sect. Friends of Danxiang Taiyuan, I would like to return the extreme martial sect as soon as possible, so I can accompany you to the Fragrance City. Maybe next time. Qinxiang said with a bright laugh. He released that pair of frightening vermilion bird fire wings once again and flew into the sky. His figure disappeared into the white clouds in a matter of seconds. It seems that those rumors discredited Qinxiang. He is not a bad guy at all. One man said, Exactly, he has just offended far too many people. If the opportunity presents itself, I'll definitely drink 2 cups with him. Let's return as soon as possible. The Devil Path guys are getting more and more rampant. Qinxiang returned to the extreme martial sect around the evening time, and he immediately went to find Elder Tan. Even though it was pretty late into the evening, Qinxiang was still warmly received by Elder Tan. Seeing Qinxiang came back safely, Elder Tan was extremely surprised in his heart. However, his old face was filled with warm smile. It seems the issues have been resolved. Qinxiang just nodded his head, smiled, and said, It was kind of easy. Thanks for arranging such an easy mission, Elder Tan. Even the mission given to me was such a high-ranked mission. To be specific, a level 6 mission. I just had to travel for a bit and easily solved it. Elder Tan felt extremely doubtful in his heart because he knew an ambush from a high-level martial artist was waiting for Qinxiang. But even now, Elder Tan has yet to receive any news from the frozen Sword City. That's good. Elder Tan smiled and said. Qinxiang's complexion suddenly turned serious. As he spoke, Elder Tan, during this trip I obtained a good item, but I don't know whether I should turn it in or not. Oh! Elder Tan felt somewhat doubtful. After all, if Qinxiang got something, then why would he still speak about it? I know it's something marvelous, but I just can't seem to tell what it is. Elder Tan has seen and experienced many things. Can you help me identify it? Qinxiang asked in a low tone and took out a fist-sized of top-grade crystal stone and handed it to Elder Tan. Seeing the stone exuding white light and that kind of impactful spirit chi in it, Elder Tan immediately recognized it was top-grade crystal stone. This is not top-grade crystal stone, Elder Tan. Use your divine sense to carefully probe it, and you will experience a bizarre feeling. I think this might be the Emperor Crystal. I stole it from a relatively strong Devil Path martial artist who had entered deep into the extreme martial sect's mind. Qinxiang explained, Emperor Crystal. After Elder Tan heard these 2 words, he was stunned for a while before he immediately rejoiced and injected his divine sense completely into it. not to mention the Emperor Crystal. Even such a large piece of top-grade crystal was not so easy to see. Yet now it was delivered in his hands by Qin Xiang. With this fact alone, any shred of doubt Elder Tan held towards Qin Xiang's actions was completely removed. After Elder Tan poured all his divine sense into the Emperor Crystal, Qin Xiang shouted to Long Shui with his divine sense, "Little dragon, I need to borrow your power." Okay. Long Shui immediately agreed. Qin Xiang quietly sneaked behind Elder Tan and immediately took out the Azure Dragon Slaughtering Devil Blade. The instant it came out, he poured his complete universe, true chi, and the borrowed power from Long Shui into the blade and cleaved downwards towards Elder Tan. Elder Tan suddenly felt a terrifying power approaching him. He tried to dodge away, but fell somewhat short. That blade, weighing millions of genes, landed squarely on Elder Tan, cleaving him into two. Regarding Elder Tan, Qin Xiang didn't plan to tell Gudong Qin and others from the get-go. Qin Xiang would act first, then report later, lest Elder Tan became aware of his incoming doom and tried to escape. Afterwards, Qin Xiang headed to the extreme martial mysterious realm from Elder Tan's house. Along the way, Qin Xiang encountered Wu Keiming and reported to him what happened. He also took out those two maps as evidence and handed it over to Wu Keiming. After Wu Keiming came to learn about this incident, he was extremely furious. What the H.E.L. is happening in the extreme martial sect? One after another, traitors keep popping up. About the mind matter, the dean, and I simply didn't know anything, or else we would have not let you go alone. Anything related to the mind has always been managed by Tan Feng. I didn't expect for him to actually hide it from me. Let's go, we will go find Tan Feng. Wu Keiming said, but there is only his corpse left. Qin Xiang enthusiastically smiled. Wu Keiming was startled for a while before saying, "Impossible." While speaking, both of them walked towards Tan Feng's residence. It didn't take too long for them to arrive. After seeing Tan Feng's corpse cut into two by Qin Xiang, with almost negligent amount of blood scattered, Wu Keiming could only heave a sigh. He began to suspect whether Qin Xiang entered the extreme state or not. He actually had the ability to behead two elders. You leave and rest first. The Icewind Valley's dean has taken over the matter of Frozen Sword City. We don't need to worry about it. Leave the things here for me to clean up. I'll go talk to the dean about it later. Wu Keiming said. At this moment, he was feeling rather down because Lu Shang and Tan Feng were personally groomed by Wu Keiming. He had even made them sit in the elder positions, but had not expected things to turn out like this. Qin Xiang went to find Yin Xiao, Dao, and the others, but learned that they all went out to do missions. Before, they hated to deal these kinds of things, but now they had no alternative but to complete the missions because the rewards were irresistible. After Qin Xiang returned to his own small abode in the extreme Dan King courtyard, he immediately went to his backyard and raised his head to look at the azure profound tree, which had already bore 39 fruits. Currently, Elder Dan was sitting under the tree, while looking at the azure profound flower exuding an azure aura in her hand. Ha ha, these fruits are very beautiful, but none of them are yours. Qin Xiang teased. Chapter 216, 4 Devil Techniques. Chapter 216, 4 Devil Techniques. Elder Dan stood up and said, I have no shortage of building foundation dawn. You refine them yourself and enjoy. Qin Xiang smiled and said, That's great. I need a bunch of building foundation dawn. Little girl, help me gather the materials. 39 azure profound fruits meant he would need to gather 39 set of herbs. He had no shortage of thousand vein fruits, metal spirit fruits, auxiliary herbs, and monster cores. In the black tortoise mysterious realm, he had obtained enough refining materials for 800 building foundation dawn. He only asked to see whether Elder Dan really had no shortage of the building foundation dawn materials or not. TLN, we would be using monster cores instead of monster dawn. Elder Dan shook her head. Last time I did everything in my power to gather the herbs. It's not like I don't want to help you, but both the metal spirit fruit and the thousand-vein fruit are both very scarce at the moment. Chun Xiang knew Elder Dan wasn't lying, however he had suspicions that Elder Dan was the dean of the Danxiang Taoyuan. Otherwise, how was she able to gather such a large amount of herbs for refining building foundation dawn so quickly? Little girl, I'm going to ask you one thing. You need to answer me honestly. Chun Xiang said, You are already aware that I have a fire spirit. Besides, I have always been good to you. I can choose to answer or not. Elder Dan replied. In her heart, she was also skeptical about what Chun Xiang wanted to ask, as he was actually being so serious right now. Chun Xiang nodded his head in response and asked, Are you the dean of Danxiang Taoyuan? Elder Dan didn't reply or speak as she looked at Chun Xiang. At this time, he was already able to confirm his suspicions. She really was the dean of Danxiang Taoyuan. Nope, I'm not the dean of Danxiang Taoyuan. However, I'm very familiar with her. Elder Dan denied Chun Xiang's accusation. However, he was pretty sure about this matter. You're not lying to me? Chun Xiang was somewhat skeptical. I did not lie to you. Or do you want me to take an oath? Elder Dan said, Don't. Chun Xiang started picking those azure profound fruit, and then said, Little girl, do you find the whereabouts for the materials of the 5-element true elemental, Dan? I don't. If I did, I would be first to go and confirm and buy them for you. Elder Dan said as she sniffed that azure flower. With just a glance, it could easily be seen that she liked this flower very much. Chun Xiang laughed and said, Then thanks a lot in advance. Although you acted in such a way to me before, I never hated you. Hey, to tell you the truth, I really want to defeat you as soon as possible. I want to see who you are in the end. And I also want to confirm whether or not what you said about your appearance is true, whether you really are as beautiful as my Xian Xian. Elder Dan tenderly snorted. Humph. Then you need to become strong quickly and not get into any trouble. In a few years, a catastrophe will befall the entire world, and you need to be ready for it, so cultivate seriously. If you want to gather some rare herbs, it's better for you to visit the fragrant city of Danxiang Taoyuan. There's an auction house there. I'm going to enter into closed-door training for a while. After Elder Dan left, Chun Xiang muttered, Was this woman waiting for me to come back before she went into closed-door training? I truly can't understand her. Chun Xiang also thought it was about time to cultivate peacefully. However, before that he needed to plant trees. He did not lack thousand-vein fruits, metal spirit fruits, and other materials. However, he was short on azure, profound fruits. This was why he was going to plant 2 more of them. He now had golden dragon saliva, which should be able to accelerate the insane growth even further. As long as he refined a few building foundation dawn, he was sure he could nurture a bunch of true realm martial artists. Of course, it would also bring him a huge amount of wealth, and he could then use that money to buy even more precious herbs. The extreme Dan King courtyard was extremely calm. It only had one person present, Chun Xiang. As for Wu Qianqian Ji, Dee knows where Elder Dan sent her. Chun Xiang hasn't seen Wu Qianqian for a long time. Now it's time for you to start learning my devil techniques. The 3 heavenly realms will soon converge, and you need to learn some powerful martial techniques to make yourself stronger. Bai Yu said. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He planned to cultivate during the daytime and congeal the golden dragon saliva during the night. My devil techniques have very high requirements for physical strength, true qi, and the divine sense. There are a total of 5 that are appropriate for you, out of which you have already learned the engulfing devil technique. Next, you're going to learn the transforming bone devil palm, penetrating heart devil eye, grasping soul devil curse, and the ice spirit devil aura. Bai Yu spoke while she began Pa-S. Sing these devil techniques onto Chun Xiang. Using the divine sense to Pa-S. S technique was not something common. Before, Chun Xiang's master, Huang Jintian, wasn't able to Pa-S. S on his knowledge in such a way. Chun Xiang had read quite some books, however. he still didn't find anything resembling how these two sisters Pa-S said on their techniques. This was just another thing to add on the list for why he had suspicions that Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were not from the mortal world. Transforming Bone Devil Palm, Penetrating Heart Devil Eye, Grasping Soul Devil Curse, and Ice Spirit Devil Aura. These 4 devil techniques sounded very formidable. Suddenly, a lot of related content pertaining to these 4 techniques appeared in Chen Xiang's mind. Regarding these 4 devil techniques, he now had a deep understanding. In the Devil Path sect, there was a powerful force known as the Transforming Bone Clan. They could use their signature martial technique to transform the bones and flesh into poisonous water. And so the Transforming Bone Clan became known for their Transforming Bone Poisonous Palm. However, the Transforming Bone Devil Palm Qin Xiang, just learned, was very different from the Transforming Bone clans. This Transforming Bone Devil Palm was not only used to attack humans, it could also be used to attack some very hard materials and reducing them into nothing. If it struck someone, just their bones would be melted away, while their flesh and meridians would still be left untouched. Not only could it be used for close-range melee attack, it could be used to create a powerful long-range chi attack. It was both a good and an evil martial technique. Imagine during a battle, if all the opposite party's bones were melted away, what would that person would turn into? This was exactly why the true chi requirement for this terrifying skill was so high. Penetrating Heart Devil Eye. When Qin Xiang heard it, he thought this technique would allow him to see through the thoughts of others. On the contrary, this technique allowed someone to shoot beams through their eyes, specifically in order to attack other people's heart, directly penetrating through and destroying it. Of course, not only could it be used to attack the heart, it could also be used to attack other organs. It was a kind of devil technique for insidious martial artists, and this made Chen Xiang secretly happy. He very much yearned to be an insidious person. During the battle, if someone shot 2 beams of vigorous true chi through their eyes, penetrating the other party's heart, how insidious would that move be? However, this skill had insanely high requirement for true chi and divine sense. You better not let many people know you cultivate the penetrating heart devil eye, otherwise your enemies might become wary of it. Bai Yuyu exhorted. She was someone who liked killing. Even more so, someone who liked using various different methods to present death to the enemy. Grasping Soul Devil Curse. Qin Xiang already knew a little bit about this technique. It was a kind of martial technique that could force someone to speak the truth. The divine sense requirement was very high for this skill. The Grasping Soul Devil Curse could not only control someone's soul to speak the truth, it could also be used to seize the soul and store it. Moreover, it could also be used to control their mind. It too was a very bizarre, powerful, and evil martial technique. Finally, the Ice Spirit Devil Aura. Similar to previous 4 techniques, this too was a very insidious kind of martial technique. What it released was not the true chi, but rather through using ice-cold true chi, it would quickly transform it into an ice-cold divine sense that could be considered an ice spirit. During the battle, silently releasing an ice spirit made of aura chi to attack others, an intangible and colorless sneak attack. After getting hit, though there would be nothing apparently wrong with their body, they would just subconsciously feel extremely cold, as if they'd been sealed in ice. This attack caused a great deal of damage to one spirit. Qin Xiang's foundations were very solid, whether it was true chi or divine sense or his physical strength. This was why he could practice these 4 techniques with twice the result from half the effort. He very easily mastered them. Only after the continuous improvement of various aspects could he use these devil techniques in the most vivid and thorough manner. 10 days Pa-S said in the small courtyard there was now 2 new azure profound trees. Fortunately, these trees were not very big, otherwise they would not fit in this small courtyard. Chapter 217, Herb King Mountain. Chapter 217. Herb King Mountain. Qin Xiang hadn't left the extreme Dan King courtyard for the past 10 days. He wasn't only cultivating the devil techniques, but also irrigating the azure, true found trees. He didn't pay attention to outside matters, for he was worried that he would be distracted by them and wander around. However, today someone knocked on the door of the Extreme Dan courtyard. According to Elder Dan, no one would dare to knock on the door of the Extreme Dan King courtyard. Not even Gu Dongqin or Wu Keiming would do so unless it was extremely important, which was why Qin Xiang immediately left to open the door. This was Elder Dan's domain. Not even Gu Dongqin or Wu Keiming would dare to casually come here. After opening the door, Qin Xiang saw Wu Keiming. "Little Baldy, what's the matter? Come in first." Qin Xiang said, "Nothing big, but it's not something we can ignore. I'm just fine here." Wu Keiming replied, "These past 10 days, there have been more and more conflicts between the devil path and the righteous martial artists. The grudges between the extreme martial sect and the true martial sect, along with the beast martial sect, have temporarily been put aside. However, the premise is that the bounty won't be removed." Qin Xiang nodded his head. He understood that the righteous sects needed to unite in order to deal with the devil path sections. If they were to let these devil path sects run amok, there was no need to wait for the catastrophe to arrive, as Chimu mainland would already be destroyed before that. But we, the extreme martial sect, still haven't agreed to their terms. The dean asked me to let the young martial uncle decide. Wu Keiming said, "Whatever, even if they offer 100 million crystal stones, so long as Little Featherhead's statement remains effective, I'm not afraid of anyone." Chan Xiang said with an indifferent look, "Make Little Featherhead tell those guys that even if we're to temporarily work together, no matter who it is, if they want to kill me, they should be prepared to pay 10 times over." Wu Keiming replied, "Rest assured, the dean and I will make sure that not 2 strong guys will deal with you. You better be ready. The devil path sects and righteous sects are ready to fight, and if so, there will be a need for more moderate methods to resolve this dispute. In order for less casualties on both sides, it is highly likely that some disciples will be sent to have a contest with opposing devil path sect's disciples." After Wu Keiming left, Qin Xiang immediately started refining Dawn. He had to enter the 3rd level of the true martial realm as soon as possible. In any case, a fight was inevitable between the righteous and devil path sects. It was just a matter of when. Qin Xiang had already obtained all the materials for refining the building foundation Dawn. Since he had the 37 azure profound fruits, he would be able to refine it 37 times. With his speed, 3 days would be enough to refine more than 100 building foundation Dawn. In the Chimu mainland, the one who refined the most building foundation Dawn was probably Qin Xiang. Only he possessed so many rare resources. Refining the building foundation Dawn had long become a familiar process, and now it was as easy as a walk in the park. Since the possession of the heavenly sun fire spirit, Qin Xiang's alchemy speed had improved by leaps and bounds. If combined with the brilliant flame dragon furnace, he would be able to quickly refine any low-grade, profound level Dawn. After 3 days had Pa S said he had completely refined all 37 azure profound fruits. However, he had failed 2 times and was only successful 35 times. That being said, during each refinement 4 Dawn were produced. In addition to the building foundation Dawn he had prior to this, he now had 150 Dawn. After the period of successful refinement, Long Shui clamored Qin Xiang for building foundation Dawn. After becoming aware of how formidable Long Shui was, Qin Xiang was very generous to her. That being said, he couldn't spoil her too much, so he only ended up giving her 2. After sending off this little greedy dragoness, Qin Xiang swallowed 8 building foundation Dawn in one breath and began to cultivate. As the true qi was being compressed in the 5 divine beast forms, the true element grains shone brightly. When Qin Xiang went to deal with the issue with the mine, he had engulfed a 5th level true martial realm devil path martial artist. At that time, his true qi had also improved a little. Now that he had so many building foundation Dawn, Entering the third level of the true martial realm was no longer a challenge for him. Another 5 days had passed, said. Qin Xiang had completely refined those 8 building foundation dawn. And now, in each beast form, 2 extra true element grains had been illuminated, as such a total of 19 grains had been illuminated in each true Qi beast form. He was just lacking a total of 5 true element grains before he could enter the third level of the true martial realm. Now Qin Xiang found that with the increase of the illuminated true element grains, it became more and more difficult to lit up the remaining grains. He required a lot more true Qi to compress before it would be possible to illuminate another true element grain, making the process a lot harder. At night, there was a sudden flash of a fiery light in a mountain forest with relatively strong spirit Qi. Large wings made from flames appeared and disappeared not longer after. Qin Xiang had flown toward the Herb King Mountain. When he got close enough, he had immediately retracted his vermilion bird fire wings and landed on the ground. The matter about Herb King Mountain's Lu family colluding with the Devil Path sect had still not been found. But once it was found, the various righteous forces would, without any delay, attack. At that time, the Herb King Mountain's resources would be robbed, and as such nothing would be left behind. Qin Xiang was sure that Herb King Mountain's Lu family would soon find their own matter of colluding with the Devil Path sect brought to light. However, by that time they would have already escaped with most of the resources. Qin Xiang, after thinking of this point, went to the Lu family without any hesitation. The Lu family had once wanted to kill him. How could he just forget about that? Qin Xiang, from the information gathered by Zhu Rong, had come to understand what this Herb King Mountain was so famous for. It was precisely because it had an herb garden from a distant past, and this herb garden was very mysterious, as only Ji knew who created it, but when it had been discovered, the Lu family had sacrificed a lot of geniuses to acquire this herb garden. Qin Xiang had also acquired a herb garden. He speculated whether the master of both herb gardens was the same or not. Herb King Mountain. It was no different from any other mountain. It was just that there had once been a lot of precious spirit herbs here, and that was the only reason for it to be famous. Furthermore, the spirit Qi here was rather rich. The Lu family was established at the top of the Herb King Mountain, and that herb garden was hidden very mysteriously. Even after Zhu Rong's thorough investigation, he still hadn't been able to locate it. Qin Xiang took out the Emperor Crystal before he sensed everything around him, and after not finding anything containing spirit Qi, he discharged the conjecture of having a vein present here. The last time when I went to find the herb garden, its location was in a cave within a mountain valley. That's a huge mountainside. Qin Xiang looked at the humongous Herb King Mountain. Although there was no mountain valley nearby, there was still a big mountainside. That mountainside could probably accommodate a herb garden. Little dragon, didn't you sense anything? Qin Xiang asked. I sense a strange energy, albeit very weak. I can still feel it. It should be a huge array inside that mountainside. Long Xue replied. Qin Xiang, in his heart, was elated. He had also guessed the same. Just as he was about to move, Long Xue once again said, There are a lot of people patrolling there. You should be careful. Qin Xiang wore a black robe with a black hood as he took advantage of the darkness and hid among the GRAs. With the help of the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise, he converged his breath, making it difficult for others to discover him. Long Xue was also not able to probe any kind of entrance, but he could still sense that there was something inside the mountainside. So Qin Xiang started to search around the big mountain for an entrance. Although it was a dark night, Qin Xiang cultivated the Azure Dragon Divine exercise, and with it he could see clearly in the night, although everything was azure. Soon he saw several people lurking in the GRAs, although they were in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. Their true Qi was very pure, and with very strong muscles. They were all very vigilant. All of them were exceptional masters. Chapter 218. Cleaned out everything. Chapter 218. Cleaned out everything. Qin Xiang didn't kill these people. Otherwise, it would disturb the others that hid elsewhere. By then, the entire Lu family would be alerted. This time his purpose for coming here was only to empty their pockets. He was sure the Lu family was only able to join the Devil Path sect because they had good resources to provide. Meanwhile, the Lu family wanted to learn devil techniques in order to become more powerful. Devil techniques could allow people to rapidly increase their strength in a short span of time and allow one to master a stronger power. However, this was obtained through very ruthless means. Some devil techniques needed one to drink human blood, eat human hearts, flesh, among other things. Only then could they be cultivated. Generally, ordinary civilians would have to bear the brunt of this cultivation process, which was why the Devil Path were not tolerated by the general public. Once the Lu family ran out, or lost their prideful stock of herbs, then the Lu family would be abandoned by the Devil Path sect. By then, the matter about their collusion with the Devil Path sect would come to light, and there would be no need for Qin Xiang to personally move his hand. The entire Lu family would be annihilated. As Chen Xiang was lurking in the GRAS around the giant mountain, he finally found a relatively large number of people at the foot of the mountain. There were even 2 second-level true martial realm martial artists there. There were not many true martial realm martial artists in these families. However, 2 of those people were stationed here. It was evident that they were guarding something important. Chen Xiang affirmed that the herb garden's entrance was close. If it's the same herb garden you encountered before, it's possible that the Lu family has no way to enter the garden through the true entrance. If it was the true entrance, they wouldn't need to station so many people here. It is highly likely that this entrance was a created one, Bipa S. Sing the true entrance. Su Meiyao said. Chen Xiang nodded his head and continued searching for the true entrance, because he still had the key in his possession. Although he was unsure whether it would be useful, there was no harm in trying. Qin Xiang looked at a cave with a stone door inside. In the vicinity, as well as inside the cave, there were many guards. Although not very strong, every single one of them were very vigilant. If Chen Xiang could not find the true entrance, he would have no choice but to enter through this heavily guarded one. When he would have to inevitably act, it would certainly alert the rest of the Lu family. After circling around half the mountain, Chen Xiang found a place with very few guards stationed. There were only 1 or 2 occasionally patrolling. It should be here. Qin Xiang looked at a cave blocked by many boulders. He immediately went over and probed using his divine sense. There is a freaking gate inside. Qin Xiang said in excitement. He then lightly smacked a palm on a boulder. Suddenly, that boulder turned into powder, which was blown away by the wind. This was the transforming bone devil palm. Just a light tap, and that hard boulder was turned into very fine powder. Qin Xiang continued to smack a few palms one after another. He opened up a hole near the ground large enough for him to crawl into. After crawling inside, he used the nearby weeds to cover the hole, lest it was discovered by the patrolling guards. Qin Xiang arrived at a pitch-black cave. While walking deep into the cave, he took out a piece of SHI plus New York stone to illuminate his surroundings. Soon he came across an iron gate. This gave Qin Xiang a very familiar feeling, because it was the very same door as the herb garden he found before. He took out the key and inserted it into a small opening on the iron gate, and as he turned it, the iron gate gradually opened, but slowly only because Chen Xiang exhausted all his power to hold down the iron gate in order to prevent the iron gate causing any sound or fierce vibration. As the iron gate opened, Qin Xiang didn't see a herb garden like he was expecting, but rather a Pa-S sage in front of him, with a familiar aura coming from its other end. He quickly Pa-S said through it and arrived at the end. When he did, he was completely startled and stood there staring as his heart quickly sped up. He was extremely excited because right in front of him was a Ma-S Civ herb garden filled with various rare spirit herbs. The spirit herbs in here were mostly auxiliary herbs. It was evident that not many of them had grown for very long. Beside them were some relatively more expensive herbs. To be precise, herbs required for refining true elemental Dan, white jade Dan, or similar high-grade spirit-level Dan. There were at least 10 trees of metal spirit tree and thousand vein tree above, which the fruits had already matured. However, it seemed the Lu family was reluctant to pick them. Good fellas, isn't that the 5 elements lotus? The main ingredient for refining 5 elements true elemental Dan. Chen Xiang exclaimed as he saw a lotus flower at the center of the herb garden with 5 petals, each with different color. This was the 5 elements lotus, or also known as the 5-color lotus. Holy S, Hi plus T, isn't that the 9-sun flame tree? Chen Xiang saw a large tree with fiery red leaves. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. Also the fire spirit, GRA. SS. Chen Xiang, after seeing the miniature fiery red, GRA. S under that big tree, once again could not help but exclaim. The GRA. S looked like jumping flames. This was one of the main ingredients for refining the flame Dan. Chen Xiang didn't expect this herb garden to be so much better than the one he found before. It actually had so many high-grade spirit herbs. There is no one here. Quickly grab everything, Long Shui hastily said. At this moment, she was also being greedy. She could not wait to turn into a little rabbit and go around digging all of it up. But she also had a sense of proportion. She knew she had to stand guard for Chen Xiang. If he could steal all of these precious spirit herbs, there would definitely be a large share for her. Chen Xiang entered the herb garden. First, he chose to pick up those precious herbs up. He dug them up right from their roots, and then stored it all in his storage magic equipment. He wanted to move all of them over to the extreme Dan King courtyard. He first dug up the 9-sun flame tree, on top of which there were 2 9-sun flames fruits. This tree was rather big, about the height of 3 people, but not very thick, with very firm leaves and roots, and as such there was no need to be afraid of damage when transplanting it. He quickly dug the tree out, and then went for the 5-color lotus, fire spirit, GRA. S, and only after digging all of them up did he finally go for the metal spirit tree and the 1,000 vein tree. Fortunately, when he came here, he brought along many storage equipment, otherwise he simply could not take them all. At this time, he had no choice but to ask Long Shui, this greedy little dragoness, to help him out in digging up these herbs. There were simply too many herbs that could be used for refining true elemental Dan, white jade Dan, or various other sorts of Dan, and countless commonly used highly matured spirit herbs, some of which were later planted by the Lu family. Long Shui's movements were very nimble. She was rather excited. Her little mouth didn't stop moving. She dug up herbs and ate them as she wished. A few times she didn't even peel the herbs before swallowing it whole. For example, she dug out a large ginseng and swallowed it along with the mud. Greedy little dragoness, how about turning into a demon beast with a bigger mouth? That way you can eat more, and even quicker. Chen Xiang laughed and said, if it was not for this place being under the watch of the Lu family, he would have already asked out those 2 beauties in the ring to help him pick these spirit herbs. That would be rather ugly. Long Shui said while chewing a spirit GRA. S, with its roots sticking out. Just look at yourself. Your current appearance is already very ugly. Chen Xiang glanced at what remained of the herb garden. He had no clue how long it would take to harvest the entire garden, so he could only speed up and hope no one came. After picking countless spirit herbs, Chen Xiang had lost all track of time. Long Shui on one side was eating, while on the other she dug out spirit herbs. She herself wasn't clear how many herbs she ate. She also digested them quickly. She simply wasn't aware of what a bulging stomach from overeating was. Chen Xiang saw the way she was eating. He got very worried about her belly being blown up. If not for Long Shui paying attention to all movements around them, he might not have been able to harvest these spirit herbs so quickly without any worry. I've finally picked everything. Long Shui handed over many storage pouches to Qin Xiang, all completely filled to the brim with spirit herbs. Looking at the now barren herb garden, which had been originally lush with various plants and trees, now covered in various pits, Qin Xiang smiled and said, "Didn't you leave a little bit for yourself as snacks?" Long Shui naughtily smiled and said, "Of course I have, but I'm not going to tell you how much I took." As Qin Xiang squeezed her face, she returned back to his arm before speaking. "Qin Xiang, in the center of this herb garden, there is a stone buried under the ground. Although the stone is not any rare but it is cut very neatly, it should be a monument." So long as no one arrived, Qin Xiang was fearless of anything. He arrived at the center and soon dug up that stone. It was indeed a monument carved out from stone, and had Dan King, Li Tianjun carved on it in large bold characters.